Chapter 62. A person who knows martial arts is what we call a person who practices martial arts. In Yanjing dialect, it refers to a person who practices martial arts. Tangqing's ancestors used to make a living as escorts. They would escort the important goods of their clients to travel far and wide, climb black mountains and cross dangerous rivers. It was common for them to encounter 3 to 5 robbers or some petty thieves. This required the escort to be highly skilled. It would not be a problem for them to fight 3 to 5 people at once. Now, the Tang family started off as a logistics company. They had hundreds of cargo ships that passed through Huaqing's major ports to various parts of the world. They were a famous shipping tycoon in Huaqing. Although the Tang family's method of escorting had changed, the Tang family's pursuit of martial arts and strength had never stopped. Influenced by his ancestors, Tangqing also developed a strong interest in this area. Moreover, Tangqing was quite talented in this area. He could be considered one of the best among the younger generation of the Tang family. In a one-on-one fight, no one his age could beat him. Even in his father's generation, there were very few people who could beat him. Tangqing was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. Coupled with the nurturing and influence of his good family background, he was knowledgeable and versatile. He was the vice president of the school's martial arts club and a key member of the school's basketball team. At this age, Tangqing was the school's most dazzling star. He was also the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls who had just experienced their first awakening of love. If Qinitian was the well-deserved queen of the school belle of Rosefinch Secondary, then Tangqing was the undisputed school hunk of Rosefinch Secondary, tall, rich, and handsome. The two of them entered the first class of Rosefinch Secondary with the best results. They came from good families and looked good together. Everyone thought they were a match made in heaven. Even Tangqing himself thought so. He felt that Qinitian was the one for him. Under Tangqing's deliberate efforts, his relationship with Qinitian was indeed closer than others. Even Qinitian, who never ate with anyone, accepted his invitation and attended his birthday party. While he was indulging in the present and looking forward to their beautiful future, Qinitian suddenly skipped work. This matter was tantamount to a blow to his head. Why did Qinitian skip work for no reason? If Qinitian wanted to skip work, why didn't he discuss it with him? It would have been fine if he had informed them in advance. Tangqing was also a rather arrogant boy. He didn't immediately confront Qinitian in a fit of rage. Instead, through his friend's open and secret investigations, he received a piece of news that made him want to vomit blood. Qinitian had jumped to Class 9 because he liked Class 9's language teacher, Fang Yan. It was said that on the first day, she launched a love attack on Fang Yan in front of everyone. Tangqing had seen Fang Yan before, but he had never thought of greeting him. In his opinion, a person like Fang Yan was just a clown trying to please the crowd. In a school with a strict hierarchy, what could a young man without a strong background and without studying abroad do? Either he would lower his body and sink into the abyss and wait until the opportunity was ripe, or he had enough experience to get a promotion. Or he would walk to the other extreme like Fang Yan. Tangqing didn't appreciate the latter. With his father's help, Tangqing was able to transfer to Class 9 as he wished. It was difficult to jump from another class to a lower class, but to transfer from a lower class to Class 9. This was difficult for many people in the school to understand, and it was something that had never happened in Rosefinch Secondary's many years of existence. Especially the teacher of Class 1, Lin Lin, the old woman who was in the midst of menopause, wanted to throw Fang Yan to the ground and tear off a few pieces of flesh from his body. Qinitian left, Tangqing also left. Was Class 1 still Class 1 now? If other people followed suit, where would she hide her face as the teacher? Tangqing knew that Qinitian was a proud girl, and he knew what kind of boy she liked. He followed her here, stood next to Fang Yan, and was better than him in every aspect. At least in appearance, he had a great advantage. If he made Fang Yan lose face a few more times, would she still like a man like this? Definitely not. Therefore, Tangqing wanted to use his advantage to give Fang Yan a taste of his own medicine. He wanted him to be in so much pain that he couldn't stand up straight, and he wanted him to roll on the ground. Something's not right, Tangqing thought in his mind. When a person is attacked by an external force, the body will naturally adopt a defensive posture. In other words, when Tangqing forcefully held Fang Yan's hand, Fang Yan should also use a corresponding amount of force to prevent himself from getting hurt. However, Fang Yan didn't do that. If Tangqing's hand was iron, then Fang Yan's hand that was held in his hand was a ball of cotton. No matter how much strength he used, Fang Yan's hand was limp, and he could not resist at all. Cotton can't break iron, but can iron flatten cotton? Even if it was flattened, the cotton would bounce back again and return to its original state. Fang Yan looked calm and said with a smile, "Welcome Tangqing to Class 9. Class 9 is a warm family, except for Jingguodong, Li Yang, and Chen Tao, these three flies." Puff, the three people who were watching the fun in the back row were all shot. Fang Yan called them flies in front of the whole class. Their faces were flushed red, and they felt so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole to hide themselves. They knew that if Fang Yan's words were spread, they were afraid that from today onwards, the school hedonist trio would change their name to the School Flies Trio. The School Flies Trio, was there a worse nickname than this? Think about those disgusting little things flying around in front of you. I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to eat. Chen Tao was about to stand up and curse, but he was pulled back by Jingguodong. After all, Jingguodong was born in a merchant family, and his scheming was deeper than Chen Tao and Li Yang. He knew that a little impatience would spoil great plans. The other students are very good. They are like diligent and cute little bees, waving their wings every day to collect pollen and make nectar. They are our closest friends. Everyone laughed. If Fang Yan had just described them as little bees, they wouldn't have thought that it would be a surprise. However, he first described Jingguodong and the other two as flies, and then said that the others were bees. When comparing the two, the comedic effect was quite obvious. Many people looked at Jingguodong, Li Yang, and Chen Tao with mocking expressions. Jingguodong and the other two held their heads high as if nothing had happened, but in their hearts, they were extremely vexed, embarrassed, and angry. Tangqing did not laugh. Not only did he not laugh, but a hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes. No matter how much strength he used, he could not hurt Fang Yan at all. Steel was still steel, and cotton was still cotton. He felt that his palm was getting harder and hotter. Even his uncle, Tang Yi, the martial arts fanatic who had practiced the Tang family style for decades and reached the God realm, would also be a little abnormal when he competed with him in strength. Fang Yan did not. It was as if he did not grab his hand at all, or rather, he was not grabbing his hand at all. It's only right for me to teach you. You're the student, and I'm the teacher. I have the responsibility to pass on the knowledge I know to you. A master can lead you through the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Just like Jingguodong, Li Yang, and Chen Tao, I tried very hard to teach them, but they were unwilling to learn. It's as if I was trying to kill them by forcing them to learn. To put it bluntly, what does it have to do with me whether they learn or not? Am I right? Jingguodong and the other two were shot in the chest once again. Tangqing did not answer. He was still exerting his strength. He was exerting his strength to show Fang Yan his strength. But why was this guy not reacting at all? Tangqing, I don't think you're a bad person. You'd better not hang out with those three flies. They're notorious in school now. Other than their kind, the flies, no other students are willing to hang out with them. Don't let them ruin you. Li Yang was about to cry. Teacher, I'm your student too, all right. Don't bully me like this, okay? If you insult me like this in public, my dad will fight you to death if he finds out. Fong Yen seemed to have heard Li Yang's inner voice. He shook hands with Tang Qing as he turned around to look at the back row and said, I'm sure you guys are not convinced by what I said. Now, in front of everyone, I'll give you a chance. You give me a reason to respect you and I'll immediately apologize to you in front of everyone. And I'll take back everything I've said just now. Jing Guodong, Li Yang, and Chen Tao looked at each other and thought seriously. No one came to mind. Fong Yan sighed softly and said, I don't ask you to respect your teachers and unite with your classmates. I don't ask you to have high personal quality and cultivation. Even if you have the cheek to say that you're filial to your parents at home, I'm willing to pretend to believe you. I can't verify this kind of thing, can I? But you don't even dare to say this, don't even dare to tell a lie. Is this the only advantage you have? The reason you don't dare to say it is not because you don't want to lie. It's because you don't realize that this is a virtue worthy of respect. Am I right? Fong Yan turned to look at Tangqing and said, Student Tangqing, take this as a warning. You're all students, and the first task now is to improve your studies. Don't learn from Jingguodong and the other two, always playing tricks behind the scenes to harm teachers and bully classmates. Fong Yan leaned close to Tangqing and whispered, Let us father and son have a private word. Even if you want to beat me up, you have to learn the skill first before you do it, right? Tangqing stared with his eyes wide open. Does this guy understand everything? He stepped back and wanted to loosen his grip, but found that his hand couldn't break free from Fong Yan's grip. Fong Yan's palm, which was as soft as cotton a moment ago, suddenly became as hot as steel. A ferocious force crazily surged into his palm. Plop! Tangqing's knees went soft, and his body knelt down in front of Fong Yan. Fong Yan hurriedly bent down to help him up, and said reproachfully, How can you worship a teacher like this? It's not popular now. This kid is touched. Chapter 63. Because Fong Yan was reprimanding the three flies, Jing Guodong, Li Yang, and Chen Tao, everyone's eyes were on the three of them. Some students noticed that Fong Yan and Tangqing shook hands for too long, but they didn't think too much about it. What's so great about a teacher shaking hands with a student for a long time? Didn't they see that they were talking? However, as they were talking, Tangqing suddenly knelt down in front of Fong Yan, which surprised them. Why did he kneel down for no reason? What era is this? Do people have to kowtow and kneel when they come to be apprentices? Is it really like what Mr. Fong Yan said, that Tangqing was touched by his earnest and well-meaning teachings? Tangqing is indeed a man of etiquette, the boys thought in their hearts. They heard that he was born in a martial arts family, so he paid more attention to etiquette than others. His kneeling posture is so handsome. No wonder he's the most handsome boy in Rosefinch Secondary. The girls naturally had their own thoughts. Although they all knew that the person Tangqing liked was Qin Etienne, who was sitting in the last row of the classroom, it was also pleasing to the eye and motivating to learn, wasn't it? It was a pity that Tangqing was suffering in silence. His right hand was still held in Fong Yan's hand. His hand, which was soft as if he could crush it with just a little bit of force, had now become hard and hot. An irresistible force surged towards him, suppressing him so much that he couldn't move his body or speak. Even breathing had become extremely difficult. Seal. This was the seal that his grandfather had mentioned. When encountering an opponent with a great disparity in strength, the opponent could completely seal you off, making you unable to feel that you were still alive. Although the current state of his body was a little different from what his grandfather had described, he knew that Fong Yan had used the seal state on him. Now, he could do nothing but watch as Fong Yan used him as a prop to put on a one-man show. Fong Yan bowed slightly, one hand holding Tangqing's palm, the other holding his left arm, looking as if he was trying very hard to pull him up. He said, "Student Tangqing, I can understand your intentions, but you really don't need to be so courteous. Since you came here with the principal's letter of introduction, I naturally have to accept you as my student. Just like I said, as long as you don't be led astray by students like Xingguodong." Xingguodong, Li Yang, and Chen Tao wanted to hug each other and cry. Fang Yan glanced around the classroom and said, "There's a table in the last row. You can go and sit there." The seat Fang Yan mentioned was next to Qinitian, and there was only one empty seat there. Now, all the empty tables in the class were used up. If there were more students who transferred here, Fang Yan would have to ask them to go to the logistics department to get their own tables and chairs, or move the tables and chairs from their previous class over. However, Fang Yan was thinking whether he should make a suggestion to the school leaders to prohibit students from small classes from transferring to the 9th class. What would happen if they kept moving around? While speaking, Fang Yan also released the palm that was holding Tangqing's hand. His palm was free, and Tangqing's body immediately regained its strength. He wanted to throw a punch at Fang Yan and fight him to the death. It was humiliating. It was too humiliating. However, he thought about it again and again, and finally didn't make this decision. Just like what Fang Yan said in his ear, if you want to beat him up, you have to learn the skills first, right? Fang Yan's performance today was unfathomable. Before he understood him thoroughly, he couldn't make any reckless moves. If he beat Fang Yan in front of so many people, then, soon, he would become the 4th fly, in the eyes of Fang Yan and all the students. After all, Fang Yan's identity as a teacher had a natural advantage. If he didn't give enough respect, it would be disrespecting his teacher. This was a serious crime in ancient times, enough to destroy a person's reputation and future. Tangqing wanted to say something, but his throat moved, but he couldn't say anything. His legs were still weak, and his hand that was shaking kept shaking. He was a loser, and a loser shouting at a winner would only make others look down on him. Originally, he wanted to give Fang Yan a show of strength, but he didn't expect to be kicked to the ground. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and he walked to the last row of the classroom with a depressed expression. He sat next to Qinitian, and there was only a narrow aisle between them. "What are you doing here?" Qinitian held a pencil between his fingers, and his movements were smooth and graceful. Ho Xiaolong, who was next to him, liked Qinitian's leisurely and lazy posture when he turned the pencil, but he was too embarrassed to stare at it, so he could only sneak a glance from time to time with a guilty look. Tangqing was beaten by Fang Yan and even knelt down in public. He was very discouraged and lost his fighting spirit. He said, "I'll accompany you." "I don't need you to accompany me," Qinitian said. "Go back. Class 1 is more suitable for you." If Qinitian said such words to him in the past, Tangqing would be indifferent. Because she was such a character. She said what she thought without considering your feelings. Or, your feelings had nothing to do with her. Tangqing had long been used to her way of speaking. But today, after being hit by Fang Yan, he was particularly sad to hear Qinitian's words. After sitting for a long time, Tangqing's mood gradually calmed down. He turned to look at Qinitian and said, "Do you like him?" "If you mean Fang Yan." Qinitian smiled. "Yes." Tangqing's heart sank. Ho Xiaolong, who was sitting next to Qinitian and eavesdropping on their conversation, also felt his heart sink. "It's not like this. The story is not like this." Ho Xiaolong roared in his heart. He was a fan of novels and had read many stories such as, "My Deskmate is the Campus Belle" and "The Beautiful Campus Belle Falls in Love with Me." In those stories, the male protagonists were generally ordinary little losers. However, by chance, they became entangled with the most beautiful campus belle in the whole school and even became desk mates. At first, of course, the campus belle looked down on them. However, after a long time of dating, their little universe began to explode. Their advantages were magnified infinitely. The campus belle loved them so much that she couldn't extricate herself. All kinds of tall, rich, and handsome men came to challenge them, but they were beaten into pieces. Ho Xiaolong was fully prepared to fall in love with the campus belle. However, how did Qin Yitian fall in love with the teacher? He had never read a story like, the teacher falls in love with the campus belle. What do you like about him? Tangxing tried to keep himself calm and asked in a low voice. Qin Yitian thought for a moment and said, I don't find anything that I don't like. Tangxing knew that Qin Yitian rarely gave such a high evaluation to a boy. Nothing that he didn't like. That meant he liked everything. You should know. Tangxing wanted to laugh. He wanted to say this sentence in a relaxed and teasing tone. In this way, even if Qin Yitian was angry, he could say that it was just a joke. However, he couldn't laugh no matter what. His expression was so serious. The school prohibits relationships between teachers and students. Whoosh! The tip of the pen drew a breathtaking arc and then stopped between two of Qin Yitian's fingers. She tilted her head and looked at Tangxing. She said, Is this a problem? Isn't it? The previous language teacher of the 9th class was fired because he had an ambiguous relationship with a student. Fang Yan. Does he dare? If he can make me fall in love with him, I will immediately quit school and wait for him. If he is fired because he is in a relationship with me, then I will earn money to support the family. Qin Yitian said with his mouth twitching. Tangxing's words were nothing to her. Qin Yitian. Tangxing couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. It was as if he had experienced the betrayal of the person he loved the most. Although they had never promised each other. However, she should be his. Everyone thought so. Qin Yitian waved his hand and said, Tangxing, I won't fall in love with you. I've known this for a long time. I also told you. Why? Tangxing clenched his fists. Childish. Qin Yitian said. You said I am childish. I can change. I am still young. I can definitely become mature. Tangxing said eagerly. He was willing to try. He still wanted to keep her. The school belle and the school hunk should hold hands until they grew old. How could they break up just like that? Could they live up to this title and the expectations of the students? I mean, the question you asked is childish. Qin Yitian said. If I like it, I like it. If I don't like it, I don't like it. There is no why, only if I want to. Qin Yitian looked at Tangxing and persuaded again, Tangxing, go back. We will still be friends. I will never go back. Tangxing said, gnashing his teeth. I won't give up like this. I want to compete with him. I must defeat him. I want to let you know that I am a better man than him. I am the most suitable person for you. He can't. He can't give you anything, he can't help you with anything. Tangxing. Qin Yitian. Fang Yan stood on the podium and scolded. These two people chattered non-stop. He had been aiming at them for a long time. Don't talk during class. Tangxing felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. I am confessing. Please don't disturb others at this time, okay? It was very rude. Qin Yitian giggled and said, he can forbid you to talk during class. Can you forbid him to talk during class? You see, he is still better than you, right? Chapter 64. The Tea People's Commune. The house had not been renovated for a long time and looked a bit old and decayed. A few shabby tables and chairs were placed randomly and did not have any sense of beauty. Secluded and clean, these were probably the few advantages of this tea house. There were no other customers in the tea house, except for Fong Yen who had just walked in. There was only a tea house waiter who was lying on a rattan chair and dozing off. Fong Yen deliberately increased his footsteps, wanting to wake the tea house waiter up. Unexpectedly, the waiter was sleeping soundly. He did not know if he heard the footsteps, but he just turned over and continued to sleep. Fong Yen had no choice but to shout, "Waiter, give me a pot of Longjing tea." The waiter finally woke up. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s with slightly curly hair and a pale face. He wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth, adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, looked at Fong Yen and asked, "What do you want?" "A pot of Longjing tea," Fong Yen said again. "No," the waiter said. "Then what tea do you have here?" Fong Yen asked. "Do you want Maojian tea?" "Only Maojian tea. We grow it at home and stir-fry it by hand." The middle-aged waiter began to advertise his product. Fong Yen carefully looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Are you the boss?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "Also a waiter." "What's your name?" Fong Yen asked. "Zhu Jian," the middle-aged man said. Fong Yen stood up again and walked in front of the middle-aged man. He said with a smile, "I'm Fong Yen. I'm the one who asked you to meet Mr. Fong." Zhu Jian looked at Fong Yen with a face full of shock. "You are Mr. Fong Yen?" Zhu Jian could not help but be surprised. Zhu Jian received a phone call today. The caller claimed to be the current Chinese teacher of Class 9 of Rosefinch High School, Fong Yen. Although Zhu Jian did not want to have any contact with that school, the other party repeatedly persuaded him and said that he could find a way to help him restore his reputation. Zhu Jian hesitated again and finally agreed to meet with Fong Yen. That matter was like a thin and long thorn stuck in his throat, making him unable to eat or sleep peacefully. The heavy burden of seducing a female student made him almost unable to lift his head in front of his family and friends. He needed relief. He needed a chance to travel light. Fong Yan's words hit the nail on the head, making it hard for him to refuse. He originally thought that Fong Yan would be a middle-aged man like him. However, wasn't this young man in front of him a little too young and immature? Isn't Rosefinch High School an elite school? How could he just randomly recruit people? "It's me," Fong Yan said. He saw the doubt in Zhu Jian's eyes and said, "Shall we sit down and talk?" "I'll make you a cup of tea," Zhu Jian said. Maojian tea was not as fragrant as Taiguanin, not as delicate and graceful as Longjing tea, but it had its own unique charm. The tiny hairs rolled a few times in the boiling water and slowly unfolded. A layer of fine white hair floated up and down in the glass. At first glance, it looked like the tea had not been cleaned. In fact, this white hair was the essence of Maojian tea. People who loved tea called it baihao because it contained rich substances that were beneficial to the human body. When drinking tea, these baihao should be drunk into the stomach. Fong Yan picked up the glass and took a sip of tea. He carefully felt it and said with a smile, "Good tea." Zhu Jian was expressionless and didn't care about Fong Yan's praise. How many of the words spoken on the surface could be trusted? If I guessed correctly, these tea trees grow on the top of the mountain. They are exposed to the wind and rain and the sun, so the leaves don't look green and the tea looks old. Fong Yan took another sip and commented, "However, the person who picked the tea was very diligent. Every tea leaf was only taken from the tender shoots. The essence of the tea tree was all plucked. The person who fried the tea was also an expert. He used charcoal ash to roast the tea leaves. He didn't use too much fire and didn't use too much strength, retaining the tenderness of the tea tips and the natural fragrance of the tea leaves. As you said, although he didn't add any spices or tea essences, the taste of the tea was better. Zhu Jian was deeply shocked and said, "Mr. Fang is an expert in the tea ceremony. This tea was planted by my old father. The tea mountain he got was on the top of the mountain. It was difficult to water the tea trees on the top of the mountain. It happened that the weather in southern Hunan was dry these years, so the color of the tea leaves was gray and ugly. In order to sell it at a good price, I asked my parents to only take the tip, which is the tender shoots of the tea tree, and then roast them myself. Later, I lost my job and remembered that I liked to drink tea. I opened a tea house at the entrance of this residential area. As you can see, because of the lack of capital and the remote location, it is very difficult to make a living." Just now, Zhu Jian looked down on and doubted Fang Yan, but now he didn't have the mentality of half-heartedly because of his young face. Fang Yan smiled and said, "I didn't come here to taste tea with Mr. Zhu. I think Mr. Zhu doesn't have the mood to taste tea now." Zhu Jian smiled bitterly and said, "Indeed." Fang Yan looked at Zhu Jian and asked, "Mr. Zhu, is the rumor in the school true?" Zhu Jian didn't answer. He just looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully and said, "I don't understand. Why did you come to ask me this question? Whose position do you represent?" "Yourself. Rosefinch High School." "I represent myself," said Fang Yan. "Because of sympathy. Or curiosity?" "Sympathy and curiosity." "I'm also curious," Fang Yan said frankly. "And understanding." "Understanding. The understanding that we are in the same boat," said Fang Yan. "What do you mean?" Zhu Jian was puzzled. "Some time ago, I was almost expelled because I danced with a female student in a bar. Of course, if the media reported it, I am afraid it would not be a simple expulsion," said Fang Yan. "You danced with a female student in a bar?" Zhu Jian looked at Fang Yan with vigilance and contempt. "What kind of person is this? Do you think I am the same as you? That's why you came to seek comfort?" "There's another story," explained Fang Yan. "It's actually very simple. It's not as dirty as people think." "Why didn't the media report it?" Zhu Jian asked. "Don't the media love this kind of news?" "Because a lot of honest people stood up for me." Fang Yan played with the glass in his hand and said with a smile. "They didn't believe that I would do such a thing." "Seems like you are much luckier than me," Zhu Jian sighed. His incident was made known to everyone, causing him to be ostracized by the entire watching education circle. The female student was even more unwilling to be humiliated and transferred to another city to study. He knew they were innocent, but who would believe it? "I don't deny that," said Fang Yan. "My luck has always been good. Because you've been wronged before, so you want to come and listen to my story. If possible, will you help me reverse the verdict?" "The most important thing is to prove your innocence," said Fang Yan. "This accusation is too heavy. If it's on someone's head, they won't be able to relax for the rest of their lives. And that female student. Although I have never seen her. But if she was really wronged, then this incident may destroy her." "Yes." Zhu Jian's face was filled with pain. He covered his face with both hands, and tears flowed through the gaps between his slender fingers. His fingers were wet, and the tears flowed to the back of his hand. "Destroy her." Fang Yan sighed softly. After a long time, Zhu Jian moved his hands away from his face. There were still traces of tears in his eyes. "I can tell you clearly that we are innocent," said Zhu Jian. "I swear on my personality. No, my everything. I believe you." Fang Yan nodded. "What the hell happened?" "You are the homeroom teacher of class 9. Do you know Jingguodong?" asked Zhu Jian. "Yes." Fang Yan nodded. "Does it have anything to do with him?" I had many conflicts with Mr. Fong when I first became the homeroom teacher of class 9. He skipped class to drink, beat up classmates, and was the bully of the class. And he had dealings with some gangsters in the society. The way he did things didn't seem like a student. He was molesting a female student by the Sparrow River, and I happened to see him. I yelled at him and chased him away. Then, I took off my coat and put it on the girl. I didn't expect this scene to be taken by someone, and it became the evidence of me hugging a female student and having an affair by the river. Zhu Jian punched the thick table and roared, "I, Zhu Jian, have read a lot of books. Why would I do such a beastly thing? Have you explained this to the school?" asked Fang Yan. "Who would believe it?" Zhu Jian roared with red eyes. "Who would believe it? Jing Guodong's father is on the board of the school. Who would believe it?" Fang Yan was silent. Zhu Jian's situation was indeed tricky. On one hand, he had been photographed, just like himself. On the other hand, he was more careless than himself because his jacket was on the girl. He walked out of the forest with the girl in his arms. If he said he had nothing to do with the girl, very few people would believe him. Of course, if that was the case, if Zhu Jian and the girl who was hurt stood out to accuse Jing Guodong at the same time, there was still a chance to reverse the situation. The most important problem was that Jing Guodong's father, Jing Tiancheng, was on the board of the Rosefinch School. Who would be willing to offend Jing Tiancheng and still stand out to reverse the case for Zhu Jian when the evidence was conclusive? "I believe it," said Fang Yan with a serious expression. "I believe you are innocent." Zhu Jian looked at Fang Yan with a surprised expression. "I will help you reverse the case, I will prove your innocence," continued Fang Yan. "Why?" asked Zhu Jian. He had already made it very clear that Jing Guodong's father was Jing Tiancheng. Why was he still willing to risk his life? If he offended Jing Tiancheng because of him, would he still be able to stay and be the language teacher of class 9? He was afraid that he would end up being expelled from the school like him, right? "Because we are all scholars," Fang Yan said with a straight face. "They don't believe that scholars are righteous, and that scholars have integrity. I believe it." Chapter 65. What was the demeanor of a scholar? Every historian would record good and evil deeds. This was the demeanor of a scholar. Some things should be done and some things should not be done. This was the demeanor of a scholar. Doing one's best and dying one's last was the demeanor of a scholar. Worrying about the worries of the world first and enjoying the joys of the world later was also the demeanor of a scholar. Seeing injustice on the road, pulling out a sword to help, was also the demeanor of a scholar. Of course, Fang Yan did not have a sword in his hand. The sword was in his heart. Times had changed and science and technology had developed. If he still called himself a scholar, he would be scolded for being stupid. However, in this world, there were always some things that were worth sticking to. From Chu Yuan to Han Fei, from Sima Qian to Ban Gu, from Ji Kong to Tao Qian, from Li Du to the 8 great families. From Xan Qiji to Fang Xiaoru, from Wang Fuji to Gong Zizhen. From Lu Gong to Fang Yan. These people had made Huaxia culture go back to ancient times. These people had propped up the backbone of Huaxia's national literature. Scholars were originally a great and noble profession, but why had they become worthless in the eyes of many people? Had people's hearts changed, or was society sick? Fang Yan and Zhu Jian were not related, so he could completely throw his affairs aside and ignore them. However, he still decided to get involved. To restore the reputation of a good teacher, to seek justice for a female student, and at the same time, to give those bad people a punishment, to let them know that heaven's net has a long way to go. Fang Yan still had a faint worry in his heart. He had also had many conflicts with Jing Guodong, Chen Tao, and Li Yang. He knew that with his ability, there was no way to awaken their minds and urge them to mend their ways. And they were also unwilling to give up after the last humiliation. The relationship between teachers and students was so bad that a big conflict was inevitable. Last time, they were able to drive Zhu Jian away with a vicious scheme, causing him to lose his reputation. Next time, would they be merciful to him? They often suffered from Fang Yan's sarcasm and attacks, but they stubbornly refused to change classes. Wasn't it to give him a fatal blow? How could Fang Yan not know what they were thinking and how they were glaring at him with evil eyes? Thank you for your kindness. Zhu Jian poured out his heart. Moreover, he felt much better now that he had gained the trust of his peers. However, Teacher Fang, it's better if you don't get involved in this matter. Too complicated. Because Xing Guodong's father is Xing Tiancheng? Fang Yan asked. Xing Tiancheng is a famous entrepreneur in Huaqing. He is well off and has a wide network. We are just poor teachers. How can we be his match? Zhu Jian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was afraid that he would drag Fang Yan down with him. If that was the case, he would feel even more guilty and uneasy. Besides, it's been so long. We don't have any witnesses, and we don't have any material evidence. What can we do to seek justice? In the past, Xing Guodong wouldn't admit it. Now, he won't admit it. Then should we just let the good be wronged and the bad be happy? Fang Yan retorted. No one is willing to offend the bad. If that's the case, won't the bad get worse? Zhu Jian opened his mouth and said, I'm afraid that I'll affect Mr. Fang. To be honest, it's fine if I suffer, but I've already dragged a young girl into it. I can't bring trouble to Mr. Fang. Don't worry. Fang Yan comforted him with a smile. They can't touch me. Zhu Jian looked at Fang Yan in surprise. He didn't understand what he meant. Xing Tiancheng was the school director of Rosefinch Secondary. Many of the school's higher-ups were promoted by him. As long as he said a word, Fang Yan would be kicked out of the school. Why did a little teacher dare to say that they couldn't touch him? Fang Yan pointed a finger at the ceiling and said, I have someone up there. Zhu Jian understood and said, You are. Which family's young master are you from? Don't tell anyone. Fang Yan reminded him in a low voice. I want to keep a low profile. Understood. Zhu Jian nodded. Why do you want to come to Rosefinch Secondary to teach? For a woman, Fang Yan said. Wasn't it what those hedonistic young masters and rich young masters were supposed to do when they flew into a rage for a beauty? It was the same in movies and TV shows. Who? Lu Chaoge. Ah. Zhu Jian gasped in shock. This guy actually wanted to hit on the principal. Screech. The black Bentley Continental slowly stopped at the school gate. Lu Chaoge unfastened her seatbelt and was ready to get off. Shall I take you to school? Jiang Zhulu asked with a smile. There's still a long way to go. No need. Lu Chaoge refused. If she entered the school in such a luxury car, the school would probably stir up gossip about her again. She was a serious and strict woman. She wanted people to know her because of her ability and her work, not because of anything else. Is there a need to be so careful when everyone knows about it? Jiang Zhulu said. Know about what? Lu Chaoge turned to look at Jiang Zhulu and asked. Everyone knows that you will be my woman in the future. Jiang Zhulu grinned. When he smiled, 2 deep dimples appeared on his cheeks. It was very charming. A man with an extraordinary background, an outstanding aura, a luxury car, and a luxurious mansion. Such a man could easily make a woman fall for him. However, this was clearly not the dish that Lu Chaoge liked. Jiang Zhulu. Lu Chaoga's face was cold as she shouted. I understand, I understand. Jiang Zhulu smiled and waved his hand. I know what you want to say. I also know that you don't have that kind of feeling for me now, but there will be a day when you will be conquered by me, right? No. Lu Chaoga said. Jiang Zhulu, you should know very well that many of the things you do will only produce the opposite of the desired effect. For example, putting Jingjing by your side. Jiang Zhulio's heart was as clear as a mirror. Although Jingjing doesn't have great wisdom, he still has some tricks up his sleeves. His eyes are sharp, and he can help you do a lot of things in school. This is just one of them. What else? Also, you don't have to do anything for me. Lu Chaoga said. It was a very strange feeling. For a woman, if a man was so gentle and considerate to her, shouldn't she feel very happy? Why didn't she feel this way? Instead, she felt that it was a heavy burden. Every time he did something for her, Lu Chaoga felt that she owed him more, as if she would be letting him down if she didn't marry him in the future. However, Lu Chaoga really couldn't find the feeling of a boyfriend and a girlfriend in him. What kind of feeling is that? Lu Chaoga thought in her heart. She didn't really understand. This sentence is really hurtful. Jiang Zhulu said with a chuckle. If you like someone, you like everything about them. If you don't like someone, you reject everything about them. It seems that I still have a long way to go before I can return the beauty. Lu Chaoga didn't want to say anything more to him because she had already said what she should say countless times. She opened the door and got out of the car. Jiang Zhulu shouted from behind, Lu Chaoga, remember, you are mine. Not someone else's, and not with the surname Fong or Li. Those hoodlums and clowns, they don't deserve you. Lu Chaoga suddenly turned around and stared sharply at Jiang Zhulio's face. Your reaction is very intense. Jiang Zhulu laughed. What? Did I say something right? What are you trying to say? Lu Chaoga looked at Jiang Zhulu and asked. Fong Yan, are you familiar with this person? Jiang Zhulu asked. Even if you don't want to accept me, you don't need to find a teacher to insult me, right? Lu Chaoga was furious and said, First, Fong Yan and I are only colleagues. Second, my matter has nothing to do with you. Third, no one is insulting you. It's you who is insulting yourself. I'm relieved to hear the first point. Jiang Zhulu waved his hand toward Lu Chaoga and said, Hurry up and go to work. Otherwise, you'll be late. After your car is repaired, I'll have someone fetch it and send it to school. You don't need to go there anymore. I'll get it myself, Lu Chaoga said as she turned around and walked toward the school's gate. Watching Lu Chaoga swaying back, Jiang Zhulio's eyes were full of appreciation. This woman is my woman. Jiang Zhulu didn't immediately leave. Instead, he rolled down the window and took out a copper cigarette case from his pocket. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth to light it. Amidst the lingering smoke, he squinted his eyes and sized up the arched gate of Rosefinch Secondary. This school had his lover, and also his rival in love. It was a very special place for him. However, he had never entered it. It was because of Lu Chaoga's refusal. Every time he sent Lu Chaoga to school, she would force him to stop at the school's gate. He believed that one day, Lu Chaoga would invite him inside. She would hold his arm and accompany him inside. He had been waiting for that day. Therefore, he would never go inside by himself. This was his pride. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. The sun was warm. Students in Rosefinch Secondary's uniform were walking into the campus in groups. There was only half an hour left before the start of class. Jiang Zhulu wasn't interested in those sweet students in school uniforms. Ever since he was a child, he liked women who were older than him. That's right. Lu Chaoge was 3 years older than him. In his mother's words, a woman 3 years older than her husband was a golden brick. This was also the reason why his mother had been encouraging them to get married earlier. Knock knock knock, someone knocked on the window. Jiang Zhulu frowned. To him, knocking on his window was an extremely impolite and disrespectful act. Everyone knew his license plate number. After so many years, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. He turned around and saw a young and handsome face. However, when he smiled, it was extremely annoying. You bullied me before. Do you still remember? The man looked at Jiang Zhulu and asked. It was as casual as a child asking, how much is one bubble gum? Chapter 66. Do you remember that you bullied me before? Jiang Zhulu had once boasted that he was a pervert in front of Jing, but he was still stumped by this pervert's question. The eldest young master of the Jiang clan, one of the 4 prodigies of Huaqing, a prominent figure in Huaqing. He bullied many people, but on the surface, everyone pretended that nothing had happened. Wasn't it just a matter of stabbing each other in the dark when one was wandering in Jianghu? If you bullied someone, then so be it. You either think of a way to get it back, or you forget about it. Since Fang Yan had asked so openly, Jiang Zhulu was too embarrassed to feign ignorance and deny it. He stared sharply at Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan. That's me. Fang Yan smiled. It was as if Jiang Zhulu not denying it immediately was something to be happy about. Do you remember now? You got people to bully me. They wanted to beat me, kick me out of school, and ruin my reputation. Jiang Zhulu smiled and said, if you really are that Fang Yan, then that's true. I did bully you. That's too unreasonable, Fang Yan said. I didn't offend you, so how can you bully people as you please? Even if you want to bully someone, you should tell them beforehand so that they're mentally and physically prepared, right? Jiang Zhulu thought about it and said, that's a good suggestion. In the future, when I want to bully someone, I'll send someone to tell them where they're wrong. Then, I'll bully them and let them understand. That's right. Jiang Zhongzhu, one of the 4 prodigies of Huaqing. Just the name alone makes you feel like you're a powerful figure. You can't always do stupid things like this. Otherwise, if people don't know you're the 4 prodigies of Huaqing, they'll think you're the 4 addicts of Huaqing. Don't you know? Jiang Zhulu sized up the audacious guy in front of him with interest and said, you've offended 4 people with that sentence. Plus, there are countless important people standing behind these 4 people. In other words, you've offended the entire Huaqing. I've read a lot, you can't lie to me. Fang Yan quickly defended himself. I didn't defend them. I was protecting them. Think about it, you and the other 3 were named the 4 prodigies of Huaqing at the same time. In the end, not only did one of the prodigies fail to show off, but he also kept tarnishing the reputation of the prodigies. When everyone saw this, they would think that the other 3 were the same kind of trash as this guy. Wouldn't they be looking down on the other 3 as well? I'm reminding you to be careful in order to polish the reputation of Flower City's 4 prodigies. What was that saying again? I'm not afraid of a godlike opponent, but I'm afraid of a pig-like teammate. Don't be angry, I'm not talking about you. You are much stronger than a pig. It's just a metaphor. Think about it, isn't it? That really is the case. Jiang Zhulu smiled. That's why I have to do less stupid things and do more smart things. Cut the Gordian knot with a swift knife, cut the stinky tofu with a swift knife. This is the only way to keep the mess in order, and the stinky tofu won't have a chance to stink. You see, we really hit it off at first sight. You agree with everything I say, and every word you say goes straight to the bottom of my heart. Fang Yan had the excitement of meeting a bosom friend. Let me slap you twice, and from today onwards, we will be good brothers with no secrets. How about that? What kind of person was Jiang Zhulu? How could he let others slap him twice? If someone else said this to him, Jiang Zhulu would immediately jump down and slap them twice. Since Fang Yan said this, it wasn't something that could be resolved with 2 slaps. Seeing that Jiang Zhulu didn't reply, Fang Yan explained, "Actually, I want to be good friends with you right now, but you bullied me in the past. If I don't slap you twice, I will still feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. I can't get over this. If I slap you, we will bury the hatchet and let bygones be bygones. There will be no more barriers or grudges between us, and we will get along easily and happily. Am I right? What if I don't agree?" Jiang Zhulu had a gentle smile on his face, revealing the 2 charming dimples that were his trademark. "You don't cherish me as a friend," Fang Yan said. "Think about what you did to me. You let those hooligans hit me." Jiang Zhulu originally wanted to say that he didn't send those hooligans to provoke him, but was there a need for him to explain to Fang Yan? If he didn't explain, Fang Yan would naturally blame everything on him out of habit. "It's fine if they hit me, but they also came to the school gate to cause trouble. Then, they sent the screenshots of what happened in the bar to those reporters. What if those reporters hype this up? What will happen to me? I will be expelled from school, spurned by my parents, and attacked by the entire society. My reputation will be ruined, and my future will be ruined. I didn't purposely exaggerate the truth, right? It's completely true." Jiang Zhulu nodded. "I return good for evil. I only want to slap you twice. No matter how you look at it, I'm the one who suffered a great loss. This request of mine is not too much, right? Not too much." Jiang Zhulu nodded again. "Then, what other reason do you have to refuse?" Fang Yan said angrily. "Because I don't want to be friends with you," Jiang Zhulu said with incomparable honesty. How could he be friends with someone like Fang Yan? That Fang Yan. How could he have the nerve to say that he wanted to be friends with him? Did he deserve it? Friends? What kind of relationship was a friend? What kind of identity could be a friend? Fang Yan felt a little hurt in his heart and said, "What do you think is bad about me? I don't think you're good at anything. That means my proposal is invalid." "It seems so. We can't be friends. We can't be friends. Will you still bully me in the future?" Jiang Zhulu didn't want to answer anymore. Was this a conversation between 2 kindergartners? Why can't you understand that being friends with me is such an advantageous thing? Fang Yan shook his head and sighed. His body suddenly pounced forward and jumped into the car through the window. The surface area of the car window was only so big. If one didn't have skills, it wouldn't be easy to maneuver. However, this wasn't a problem for Fang Yan. He sat in the front passenger seat and grabbed Jiang Zhulu's hair, preventing him from moving his head. "Paw!" Fang Yan slapped Jiang Zhulu's left cheek. Jiang Zhulu's skin was white and tender, and Fang Yan had used too much force. With this slap, Jiang Zhulu's left cheek immediately turned red and swollen. There was a clear 5-fingered handprint on his cheek. Fang Yan's movements were too fast and ruthless. Caught off guard, Jiang Zhulu was caught by Fang Yan. By the time he reacted and wanted to counterattack, Fang Yan had already grabbed his hair. The more he struggled, the more pain he felt. He opened his mouth and wanted to say a few harsh words, but Fang Yan clearly wasn't willing to give him the chance. "Paw!" Fang Yan slapped Jiang Zhulu's mouth again. Jiang Zhulu swallowed back the words he was about to say. Instead, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Fang Yan had only wanted to slap Jiang Zhulu's mouth, but his nose was too close to Jiang Zhulio's mouth. Fang Yan's slap not only broke Jiang Zhulio's mouth, but it also hit his nose. The bridge of the nose was fragile, and Jiang Zhulu only felt a burning pain in his nose. Then, boiling liquid spurted out. The blood was silent, but it stained the brown steering wheel. It was a ghastly sight. Jiang Zhulu covered his nose with his hand and found it hard to speak. He looked at Fang Yan with eyes full of hatred. Fang Yan felt a little better after the 2 slaps. He chuckled and looked at Jiang Zhulu. If you had agreed to my suggestion, we would have become friends after these 2 slaps. We would have found a small restaurant, ordered 2 dishes, and a bottle of wine. Wouldn't that be great? Since you don't want to be friends with me, then let's do it according to the rules of the enemy. Fang Yan opened the car door and got out. He closed the door with a bang. He leaned against the window and looked at Jiang Zhulu. This matter isn't over yet. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, I still have classes, so I won't accompany you. Next time. Evil people would be tormented by evil people. Fang Yan was using the evil people's way to deal with the evil people. Why did Jiang Zhulu dare to bully Fang Yan? It was because he felt that he was in a superior position. He was just a little teacher. How could he compare to the Jiang family's young master? He could bully you, force you to lose your job, ruin your reputation, and ruin your future. He could take away everything from you with just a word or a glance. This was the benefit of being in a superior position. However, it was impossible for Fang Yan to make him apologize or slap him. In their dictionaries, it was natural for them to bully others. If you bullied them, then it would be a life and death feud. Jiang Zhulu had money and power. Therefore, he could push Fang Yan into the abyss. Fang Yan didn't have a firm foothold in Huaqing. He couldn't do things in a high profile, so he could only use his brute force. I want to beat you up. What can you do? You can't beat me anyway. This was what Fang Yan thought. This was what he thought, and this was what he did. Seeing that Fang Yan was about to leave, Jiang Zhulu hurriedly picked up his phone and made a call. The call went through. A man's deep voice came from the other side. Young Master Jiang, what do you need from me? In a short time, Jiang Zhulu had actually calmed down. He said in a calm voice, Chief Zhang, nothing much. I just wanted to ask when you have time to come over and play a few rounds. I haven't played with Chief Zhang in a long time. After hanging up, Jiang Zhulu covered his bleeding nose and laughed loudly. He looked like he had gone crazy. Chapter 67. When Fang Yan returned to the office, Chen Dahai was chatting with someone in the office. When he saw Fang Yan come in, he snorted coldly and walked out with his teacup. Since the last time the 2 of them had a quarrel in the office, their relationship had become like fire and water. Because Fang Yan and Chen Dahai's relationship was not good, the other teachers in the office also deliberately alienated Fang Yan. Between the 2, they chose Chen Dahai, so naturally, they could not be too close to Fang Yan. According to the rules of the workplace, Fang Yan was a newcomer. The leader of the first-year Chinese team should at least lead the whole team to hold a welcome banquet for Fang Yan. However, Jia Siding was closer to Li Ziqiang and the others, and she was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's unruly behavior, so she selectively forgot about this matter. Others ignored Fang Yan, but Fang Yan took the initiative to greet the other people in the office. Teacher Li, are you drinking tea? Teacher Qin, what happened in the newspaper again? Teacher Zheng, the coat you're wearing today really matches your temperament. It makes you look young. Teacher Li, who was drinking tea, continued to drink tea, and Teacher Qin, who was reading the newspaper, continued to read the newspaper. Teacher Zheng, who heard Fang Yan praise his coat, nodded at Fang Yan, and then couldn't help but take a mirror from the drawer to admire it carefully. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He thought that Fang Yan was not good in other aspects, but his taste was not picky. It was Chinese class in the afternoon. Fang Yan walked towards the classroom with a teacup in his hand. When he walked to the door of the classroom, Fang Yan found a strange phenomenon. There were several female students around Tangqing. They were laughing and talking to Tangqing. They looked very happy. Qinitian, on the other hand, was sprawled lazily on the table with her headphones plugged into her ears. None of the guys walked over to disturb her. Wasn't she the goddess Rosefinch? Why wasn't there even a boy hitting on her? However, Fang Yan quickly figured out what was going on. It wasn't that the boys didn't want to go up and talk to her, but they didn't dare to. Tangqing was the most handsome guy in the school, but he still gave off an approachable vibe. Those girls were all willing and courageous to interact with him. Qinitian was the campus belle, but her temperament was fierce and flamboyant. The boys liked her, but they felt that they were not good enough for her. There was a type of woman who was born 1,000 miles away from others. This was also the reason why Huang Haoran regretfully said that she was too beautiful when Fang Yan asked Qinitian what shortcomings she had. Being too beautiful was a form of rejection in itself. As Fang Yan walked up to the podium, the bell rang. Zheng Guodong shouted lazily, "Stand up." "Hello, teacher." The students answered enthusiastically. After getting along for a period of time, Fang Yan had established a very close relationship with the students. Fang Yan glanced in the direction of Zheng Guodong and said with a smile, "Before class, I'd like to announce an appointment. Student Huang Haoran has always been our temporary Chinese class representative. Now I propose to make him a permanent representative. Does anyone have any objections?" Huang Haoran was knowledgeable and talented in the field of Chinese. Moreover, he was usually serious and responsible in his work. Everyone thought that he was the most suitable Chinese class representative in the class. "No objections," everyone said in unison. Fang Yan smiled and said, "Then it's settled." Huang Haoran sat in his seat and his face was flushed with excitement. He didn't care about the position of the Chinese class representative. He was excited to get the affirmation from Fang Yan. He loved Chinese and sinology, and he had always been proud of it. When Fang Yan came, he broke his spirit and let him know that he was still a frog at the bottom of a well. Fang Yan was the real strong one. To be able to receive the affirmation of one's respected was something that nothing could replace. After 2 classes, when Fang Yan was ready to go back to rest for a while, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took out his phone and found a phone number that looked familiar yet strange. The familiar part was that he felt that this number must have called him before. The strange part was that he couldn't remember who had called. Fang Yan answered the phone and asked, "Who is this?" "Mr. Fang, this is Xiaomeng. Principal Lu asked you to go to her office." A girl's clear voice came from the phone. "Okay. I'll go now," Fang Yan said. "Did Principal Lu say anything?" "Mr. Fang, I don't know about this. I was just ordered to call you to tell you to come." Xiaomeng giggled. They had chatted at the door of the office last time, so they were considered acquaintances. Therefore, the two of them talked more casually. "See you in a while," Fang Yan said. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yan didn't go back to his office. Instead, he went directly to the administrative building where Lu Chaoga's office was located. At the door of Lu Chaoga's office, he was greeted by the secretary, Xiaomeng. Fang Yan didn't see Jing all the way. He thought that maybe there was some misunderstanding between him and Lu Chaoga. The deputy director of the office who specialized in serving Lu Chaoga couldn't get the trust of Lu Chaoga. Jing's position was quite dangerous. "Mr. Fang, you are here." Xiaoming smiled and greeted Fang Yan. Is Principal Lu here? Fang Yan asked. Yes. You can go straight in. Xiaoming said. Has anyone ever said that you are very cute? Fang Yan looked at Xiaoming and asked. Again. Xiaoming pouted and said. Last time, Fang Yan also asked her this question. She said yes, and then Fang Yan said that since others have said it, then he wouldn't say it anymore. He turned around and ran away. This made Xiaoming very angry. But you are really cute. Fang Yan said. Xiaoming immediately smiled and said, it would be strange to believe your words. After a few jokes, Fang Yan and Xiaoming waved their hands, pushed the door and walked into Lu Chaoga's office. There was music in Lu Chaoga's office, a very soothing lyrical song. Used to practicing that song in the palm of your hand, used to having your fingertips gently follow, and you are no longer in the song, you are still living in the memory. The more I want to forget, the more I will remember how happy I am with you. Lu Chaoga stood in front of the window sill trimming the potted plants. Every time she greeted Fang Yan with this posture. Fang Yan thought that her daily life must be very poor, and she could only arrange potted plants to relax her brain and kill time. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind her, Lu Chaoga put down the scissors in her hand and said, How are the flowers in the room? Did you ask me to come here just to ask about the flowers and plants? Fang Yan smiled bitterly. This woman was really infatuated with flowers. At least she should ask how people were doing first, right? Lu Chaoga naturally asked Fang Yan to come over for other things. She washed her hands in the bathroom, wiped them with a handkerchief, and came out and said, Sit down. Fang Yan did not sit down. He drank the water in the cup, asked Lu Chaoga for some tea, and then ran to the water dispenser to get a cup of boiled water to make tea. After he was done, Fang Yan sat in front of Lu Chaoga and said, Principal Lu, what can I do for you? Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan and said, In 2 days, students from Wuren Senior High School will come to Rosefinch Secondary for an exchange visit. Wuren Senior High School is one of the best private senior high schools in Japan, and it is also a fellowship school for Rosefinch Secondary. Every year, the two schools will send exchange students to study in each other's schools, and they will also randomly select a class for a group inspection. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoga with a puzzled expression and said, Although I have always remembered the words don't forget the national humiliation in my heart, and I don't have a good impression of these Japanese people, if they want to come, then let them come. Can I stop them? Lu Chaoga knew that Fang Yan did not understand what she meant, so she could only speak more bluntly and said, This is the situation that the school has just reported. The school hopes that during the inspection period of Wuren Senior High School, the school can be calm and stable, and show the best side of our school. Fang Yan finally understood, and his anger suddenly rose. He asked, What do you mean by this? Because of me, the school can't be calm and stable. This is the school's board of directors' decision, Lu Chaoga said. She also felt that some people in the school were making a mountain out of a molehill, and deliberately made Fang Yan a target. However, many people held this view, and even Principal Zhang Xiaofeng hoped that Fang Yan could keep a low profile during this period. Therefore, only Lu Chaoga could do the ideological work for Fang Yan. Principal Lu, of course I know that this is the chairman's decision. We have such a good relationship, and you definitely won't harm me like this, Fang Yan said helplessly. But, didn't you say that? I am your person, and you have to protect me, right? Yes. Lu Chaoga nodded. So, during the inspection period, you should try to keep a low profile. Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan and said, Do you have anything else to say? No, Fang Yan said. Then go back, Lu Chaoga said. Take care of those flowers. Fang Yan got up and prepared to go out. When he walked to the door, Fang Yan stopped again. He walked back to Lu Chaoga and sat down in front of Lu Chaoga. He looked at Lu Chaoga with burning eyes and asked, "Do you know Zhu Jian?" Lu Chaoga's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Why do you ask?" "I'm just a little curious," Fang Yan said. "Do you know him, Principal Lu?" "Yes," Lu Chaoga answered frankly. "I was the one who handled his resignation procedures." "Do you believe it?" Fang Yan asked. "Do you believe that he would do that kind of thing?" Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan's face, but did not answer his question. "I know." Fang Yan sighed softly. What was the point of knowing the answer to some things? Fang Yan picked up his cup and walked toward the door again. "I can't protect everyone," Lu Chaoga said aloud. "So, I hope everyone can be obedient." Fang Yan's footsteps paused, but he did not turn around and leave. Listening to the sound of Fang Yan's footsteps getting further away, Lu Chaoga's face also became gloomy. Chapter 68. This was the first disagreement between Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga. When Fang Yan first arrived, he met a leader like Lu Chaoga. Although Vermilion Bird Middle School was carrying out educational reform, from the leaders down to the teachers, they were all stubborn and unwilling to accept anything from outside. Lu Chaoga wanted to break the stalemate, but she couldn't find a suitable breakthrough point. The arrival of Fang Yan and the series of things he did gave Lu Chaoga an opportunity. The two of them didn't communicate, but they maintained a tacit understanding. One of them fought in the front, and the other provided ammunition and logistical support. They cooperated well, and it could even be said that they were telepathic. Fang Yan was respectful and casual to Lu Chaoga, and Lu Chaoga admired Fang Yan, but she couldn't do anything about it. Lu Chaoga knew about Zhu Jian, and she also suspected that there was more to it than meets the eye. However, in the face of conclusive evidence, she chose to compromise and remain silent. Fang Yan could understand why Lu Chaoga made such a decision. It was just like when he was blackmailed by the media and Li Ziqiang and others to expel him from the school, she chose to give in. She had her own position, and her first priority was to ensure her own safety. It could be forgiven, but there would always be some grudges in her heart. Lu Chaoga knew about this before, but she didn't help Zhu Jian. So, Fang Yan's plan to start with Lu Chaoga had to be changed. Without Lu Chaoga's help, it would be much more difficult to get justice for Zhu Jian. Fang Yan thought as he walked to the teacher's living area with a cup of tea. He had now settled in Lu Chaoga's courtyard. Although the food in the school cafeteria wasn't as rich as Jiang Qin's, he still saved a few yuan on the bus fare, right? A penny stumped a hero, not to mention Fang Yan, who was beaten up by Yi Rou and ran away. Crack, not far away, there was the sound of twigs breaking. Fang Yan raised his head and saw a student climbing up a large tree near the Sparrow River. Willow trees were planted along the banks of the Sparrow River. Their long branches cast shadows on the river, giving off a gentle and charming vibe. This was also why when Fang Yan led his students to the riverside to learn the poem, Farewell to Cambridge Again, they could recite sentences like, "The golden willows by the riverside are the bride in the setting sun," to the willows. However, a large area of green belts and both sides of the forest paths were planted with large-leaf parasol trees. These wudong trees all had a history of more than 10 years. Some of the older ones were even dozens of years or even hundreds of years old. These parasol trees were tall and big, with lush branches and leaves. If one did not pay close attention, even if there was a person hiding on it, it would not be easy to discover. Fang Yan was deep in thought when he heard the voice. "Who's in the tree? Come down quickly. Danger!" Fang Yan shouted. As he spoke, he quickly ran towards the foot of the big banyan tree. With such a tall tree, if one were to fall accidentally, it was very likely that one's tendons and bones would be broken. Fong Yan was a teacher at the school. When encountering such a thing, he could not stay out of it and pretend that he did not see it. Moreover, if something really happened to a student, as a witness, the school might hold him responsible. Qi Tian's hands grabbed onto a thick tree trunk. One of her feet was in the hole of the tree, and the other was on the tree trunk, preparing to climb up. It was a simple thing to think of, but it was very difficult to do. However, she was not a person who would give up easily. Since she had decided, she must do it well. Hearing someone shouting from below, she looked through the gaps between the leaves and saw that it was Fong Yan running towards her. She could not help but be happy and said, "Fong Yan, why is it you?" "Qi Tian." As soon as Fong Yan heard the voice, he knew that it was Qi Tian. This woman's voice was very special. It had the crispness of a young person, but it also had the magnetism of a mature woman. It was very recognizable. Moreover, among the students at Rosefinch Secondary, the only one who dared to call him by his name was Qi Tian. Of course, Jing Guodong and the others all called him idiot. Fong Yan stood under the parasol tree and looked up at Qi Tian, who was on top of the tree trunk. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the sky was filled with red clouds that shone on the surface of the Sparrow River. Even the river water was sparkling, like a huge moving piece of silk. Rays of red light shone through the branches and leaves, shining on Qi Tian's delicate and flawless face. Her face was light pink, and there was a kind of purity that could move one's heart. Even the tiny beads of sweat on her face had turned into colorful pearls that slid down her cheeks. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. "Qi Tian." Fong Yan gritted his teeth and shouted. "Why are you running up the tree? Come down quickly. What if you fall down?" Qi Tian did not take Fong Yan's threat to heart at all. She used all her strength to climb up and giggled, saying, "If I fall down, you can catch me." "Why should I catch you?" Fong Yan said angrily. "Come down yourself. Don't blame me for not reminding you." "Because I'm your student," Qi Tian said. "And also your admirer." "Qi Tian, I'm not joking with you." "Fong Yan, I'm not joking with you either." "You." Fong Yan really did not know what to do with this woman. He was secretly on guard, ready to catch her if she really fell down accidentally. There are so many fun places in school. Why are you climbing up the tree? Trees are fun too. Qi Tian took another step forward and finally stood on the largest horizontal branch at the top of the tree. She stood there and looked down at the Sparrow River. The red sunlight gilded her body with a rich layer of gold. She squinted her eyes and smiled, saying, "Fong Yan, the Sparrow River on the tree is even more enchanting." "Hurry up and come down after you're done," Fong Yan said angrily. Of course he knew that the scenery would be different when looking down from a high vantage point. "But, if everyone climbed up the tree to look at the scenery like you, wouldn't the school be in chaos?" "I still have work to do," Qi Tian said. "Work?" Fong Yan was confused. What kind of work could there be in a tree? Qi Tian held on to the tree trunk with one hand while her other hand reached into her bag to search for something. She actually took out a little bird. The little bird's wings were not fully developed. It looked like it had just been born and could not fly freely. The little bird chirped and seemed to be very scared and anxious. Only then did Fong Yan notice that there was a bird's nest on top of Qi Tian's head. A big bird was standing next to the nest and chirping, looking very anxious and angry. Even though a person as big as Qi Tian was standing next to it and threatening its territory, the big bird still had no intention of running away. It stretched out its beak and spread its wings, looking like it was going to fight Qi Tian to the death at any time. "Don't be afraid," Qi Tian said to the big bird. "I know you're very anxious. I'll bring the baby back to you." As Chinitian spoke, she raised one hand and slowly placed the little bird into the nest. Chirp chirp chirp, the little bird landed in the nest and chirped happily. The big bird chirped and circled around the little bird. She retracted her wings and stopped attacking Chinitian. Chinitian waved at the little bird and the mother bird and said, "Be careful next time. Goodbye." Chirp chirp chirp, she didn't know what the little bird and the mother bird were chirping. It looked like they were expressing their gratitude to Chinitian, but it also seemed like they were reluctant to part with her. Seeing this scene, Fang Yan's originally angry mood suddenly calmed down. Chinitian, the girl who was fierce and smart in his eyes, turned out to have such a delicate and kind side. It seemed that he couldn't look at people with colored glasses in the future. A good person has a bad side, and a bad person might also be a filial son. How could 1,000 people have 1,000 faces? Just as Fang Yan reflected on his mistakes in his heart and corrected his previous attitude towards Chinitian, Chinitian stood on the tree trunk and shouted, "Fang Yan, call Mr. Fang. If other students here." "Fang Yan, I want to jump from the tree," Chinitian said. Fang Yan turned around and said, "Whatever, I can't see." Before Fang Yan finished saying, "Out of sight, out of mind," he turned around and rushed forward. "What?" Fang Yan held Chinitian's body in his arms and looked at her smiling face fiercely. "Chinitian." Fang Yan had an impulse to go crazy. "What do you want to do?" "I knew you would catch me." Chinitian lay in Fang Yan's arms and said with a serious face, "What if I can't catch you?" "You will catch it." She had no doubt about that. "If, Fang Yan, you will catch me, right?" Chinitian looked at Fang Yan's eyes. "You won't let me get hurt, right?" "What does it have to do with me if you get hurt?" Fang Yan was so angry that he almost cursed. He threw Chinitian on the ground and said, "If you do this kind of stupid thing again, you will still catch me. Don't let me see you." "I won't do it when you can't see me." Seeing Fang Yan's angry look, Chinitian felt it was interesting. She tidied up her long hair and wrapped the bird poop in the bag with a tissue in her hand. "Fang Yan, the books say that men like silly women. Did I look silly just now?" "Silly." Fang Yan answered without hesitation. He would be angry with anyone who dared to say that Chinitian was not silly. Such a tall tree, she didn't say a word. No, she dared to jump down when others didn't believe her. What if something happened? What if she broke her leg? What if her face was scratched? Such a beautiful girl, if something happened to her. Of course, if she really fell into 5 pieces, there was no way she could survive. Silly and cute. Silly and hateful. Chapter 69. As soon as Fang Yan pushed open the courtyard door, Chinitian walked past him. She looked at the courtyard curiously and said, "No way. The teachers of Rosefinch Secondary have such good benefits. They can live in such a beautiful house." She ran toward the potted flowers in the courtyard and exclaimed, "Did you plant all these flowers? They're so beautifully trimmed. But I don't think you planted them because you just came to this school." Fang Yan stood at the door and looked at her helplessly, saying, "Chinitian, it's school time now. Won't your parents worry if you don't go home?" Chinitian turned around and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. Even if I don't go back for a year and a half, my parents won't worry." "Then you really don't make your parents like you," Fang Yan said. Seeing her arrogant look, he wanted to give her a blow. Chinitian looked at Fang Yan with a smile, knowing his mind like the back of her hand. She waved her hand and said, "Come in. Please." Fang Yan closed the courtyard door and walked in. "I'm the owner of this courtyard. How come it's your turn to greet me?" "You're also not the owner of this courtyard," Chinitian raised her face and thought for a moment, then said, Headmaster Lu Chaoga's house, right? Fong Yan looked at her in surprise and said, why do you think so? First, you have a close relationship with Headmaster Lu Chaoga. This is not a secret in the school. Secondly, not every teacher could be allocated a courtyard like this. On the way here, I counted that there are only 11 such small courtyards. This number can only be provided for the school's leaders, and it's impossible for all the teachers to have one. On the other hand, there were high-rise apartments in the West District. Those were the houses for the other teachers to live in. Combining these 2 points, the answer was obvious. Principal Lu Chaoga doesn't live in the school, so she gave her courtyard to Fong Yan, whom she trusts. Fong Yan, should I regard Principal Lu Chaoga as my opponent? Chinitian thought about it seriously and said, it should be interesting to compete with the vice principal for the same man, right? Chinitian. Fong Yan grabbed Chinitian's shoulders with both hands, and his eyes were about to spit fire. Once again, I'm telling you solemnly that it's impossible between us. I'm the teacher, and you're the student. That's all we have, and that's all we'll ever have. From today onwards, from this second onwards, don't challenge my bottom line and speak nonsense. Are those irrelevant words referring to the fact that I like you? Chinitian asked. If that's the case. Chinitian pointed to his chest and said, I never deceive myself, let alone you. Chinitian, what do you like about me? Can I change it? If someone else said this, I would think it's very vulgar and boring. Chinitian pursed his lips and smiled. But if it's you who said it. You look so cute when you say it. Chinitian took Fong Yan's hands off his shoulders, walked into the room, looked around, and said, simple and elegant, it's Lu Chaoga's style. Are you familiar with her? No, Chinitian said. I just met her twice on the road. You can tell what kind of style she is from the way she dresses. Chinitian, we really should have a good talk. Fong Yan followed into the room and sat on the sofa in the living room. He pointed to the sofa opposite and said, sit down. Chinitian sat opposite Fong Yan and said, if you want to talk to me about respecting you, loving you, and keeping a distance from you, then our negotiation will not have any substantive results. I can give you the answer now, but I don't want to. Chinitian, I'm a teacher, and you're a student. Fong Yan looked serious and tried to persuade him, think about it, if others know our relationship, what will they think? I don't care. I care. Fong Yan's voice rose a little. I'm a teacher, and I have to cherish my reputation. In my eyes, you're just a child. Fong Yan, how old are you? When Wu Qilong debuted, Lu Shishir was still in kindergarten. They're stars. They're different from us. It's not that we can't be together. Chinitian analyzed calmly. It just takes a little time to wait. I'm 17 this year, and I'll be an adult next year. After 2 years, I'll go to college. If I want, it'll only take 1 year. When I'm in college, will there be any obstacles for us to be together? Chinitian, are you lying to me? Fong Yan looked at the girl's beautiful face and asked. What? I don't understand why you like me. Fong Yan said straightforwardly. To be honest, a girl like you likes hundreds and thousands of boys, it should be more than that. Chinitian added. If that's the case, why do you take the initiative to like me? Because you're excellent. Chinitian said matter-of-factly. You don't know how excellent you are, do you? Fong Yan thought about it seriously and said, to be honest, I've never thought about this. Am I excellent? Very excellent. Chinitian nodded affirmatively. Fong Yan smiled shyly and said, it seems that I still lack understanding of myself. Yes, Chinitian said. Any girl, if they have foresight like me, will fall in love with you. Then let's set 3 rules, Fang Yan said. Which 3 rules? First, don't confess to me in public. Continue. Second, call me Teacher Fang Yan in front of my classmates. I'll allow you to call me Fang Yan in private. What else? Don't get too close to me. It's best if we maintain a certain degree of conflict on the surface. That's it. That's it. Qin Tian smiled and said, Fang Yan, I won't agree to any of these 3 rules. Fang Yan was hurt. He felt that he had wasted half a day talking. Fang Yan, do you know why I'm sure you'll catch me? I don't know. I'm also sure of one thing. You'll definitely like me. Chen Dehai stood on the podium and glanced at the students in a dignified manner. He said, I'm satisfied with everyone's recent performance. But some students. You must pay attention. Huang Haoran, did you talk to your classmates in class? Teacher, I didn't. Huang Haoran's face turned red as he stood up and said. Being criticized by the teacher in front of everyone made this student, who had an extremely high self-esteem, feel very uncomfortable. No. Then did my eyes deceive me? Chen Dehai shouted angrily. In the second history class this morning, I saw you talking to your desk mate in a low voice. You dare to deny it. Teacher Duan, let us discuss freely. Excuses. Chen Dehai didn't believe Huang Haoran's words at all, and he didn't want to believe it. I tried to entice you, but you refused. You even ran to the school leaders to complain about me. Do you think you're so great because you have Fang Yan to protect you? If he can make you the temporary representative of the Chinese class, I can wipe you off the list as well. Pay attention in the future. If I find you talking in class again, I'll deduct your conduct points. Huang Haoran was full of grievances, but he couldn't refute it. Because he did talk in class. Even if this lawsuit went to the sky, Chen Dehai was still in the right. Chen Dehai was very satisfied with his performance of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. He said, when the school just started, we weren't familiar with each other. I only temporarily appointed the class leader and the class representative for each class. Now, everyone has been together for a long time, and we have a preliminary understanding of each other. So, I'm going to use the time of one class to choose a trustworthy student cadre. Chen Dehai's eyes paused on Jing Guodong for a moment, and said, of course, the previously appointed students have selflessly served all of us for a long time. If we rashly choose a newcomer, it'll be unfair to the previous students. So, I think we'll make it simple. It'll still be the previous students. If everyone thinks their work is okay, and everyone is satisfied with them, then they'll stay. If everyone isn't satisfied with this student's work, then we'll choose a new student to replace them. Chen Dehai had his own selfish reasons for doing this. He knew what kind of person Jing Guodong was, and he also knew that the students in the class didn't like Jing Guodong. If they voted, it would be difficult for Jing Guodong to stay. However, if he easily removed Jing Guodong's position as the class representative, Jing Guodong wouldn't be satisfied, and it wouldn't look good for Jing Tiancheng's school director's face either. It would be extremely advantageous for Jing Guodong if he implemented a custom-made arrangement. Jing Guodong was the only candidate for the class representative. If the majority of people weren't satisfied, then they would vote to choose a new class representative. With Jing Guodong's power in the class, there probably wouldn't be many people who dared to stand up and oppose Jing Guodong to stay as the class representative. Chen Dehai smiled and said, okay. Then let's first vote on the class representative. Students who agree that Jing Guodong should continue to be the class representative, raise your hands. Except for Li Yang and Chen Tao who were beside Jing Guodong, everyone else lowered their heads in silence. Jing Guodong's face was ugly, and his heart was filled with anger. He thought to himself, I have to find a chance to deal with you guys who don't listen. Chen Dahai's face was also ugly, and at the same time, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. He smiled dryly and said, maybe the students haven't thought about it clearly. I'll give everyone another chance to choose. Students who don't agree that Jing Guodong should be the class representative, raise your hands. This time, no one raised their hands. Chen Dahai was happy and said, if no one objects, then Jing Guodong will continue to be the class representative of our class, and continue to serve the students. Qi Nitian left the table and walked to the podium. He glanced at the whole class and said, students who agree that Qi Nitian should be the class representative, raise your hands. Hua, countless arms were raised. God said let there be light, so there was light in the world. Qi Nitian said I want to be the class representative, so she became the class representative. Chapter 70. There was no emotional canvassing for votes, no campaign speech. Qi Nitian wanted the class monitor, so she became the class monitor. The muscles on Chen Dahai's face kept twitching as he watched the audience raise their hands in unison. When he saw his sons Chen Tao and Li Yang in the back row also raised their hands in agreement, his heart felt like it was trampled by 10 million wild horses. These two idiots, why did you raise your hands? The only student who didn't raise his hand was Jing Guodong. Jing Guodong knew that he was not popular in the class, and everyone didn't like him. However, they didn't like him, and they were afraid of him. According to Chen Dahai's proposal, as long as no one stood up to oppose in public, then the position of the class monitor could only be him. Whether they were willing or not, they couldn't change this fact. Just as he was thinking about this, Qi Nitian rushed to the podium. Then there was no future he wanted. Jing Guodong saw Li Yang and Chen Tao sitting next to him also raised their hands. He didn't care that it was in class, so he slapped Li Yang's head and scolded, asshole, who told you to raise your hand? Li Yang saw Jing Guodong's angry expression and his body trembled. He quickly withdrew his arm and apologized, boss, I accidentally raised my hand wrong. Chen Tao saw Li Yang was beaten and quickly put his arm down. He explained, I saw them all raise their hands, so I was excited and raised them, idiot. Jing Guodong scolded, gnashing his teeth. At this point, it was impossible for Chen Dahai to force Jing Guodong to stay. He glanced at Qi Nitian, who was standing next to him, and felt that he was taller than him. He couldn't do anything about this campus celebrity, and said, Qi Nitian took the initiative to run for the position of the class monitor, which is praiseworthy. Are there any other students who want to run for the position of the class monitor? No one answered. Everyone looked at Qi Nitian with burning eyes. They did not want to compete with Qi Nitian. Qi Nitian wanted to be the class monitor, so they were willing to let her be the class monitor. What was a princess? What is a queen? That's what it is. No matter how strong her aura was, no matter how beautiful she was, everyone still loved her, cherished her, and gave her all their energy. Chen Dahai laughed dryly a few times and said, it seems that Qi Nitian classmate has won everyone's expectations. Then, Qi Nitian will be the class monitor. I hope that Qi Nitian will be diligent in the future. While serving the class well, you will also play a role model. I'm not running for the position because I think I'm the most suitable candidate. Qi Nitian's words were meant for Chen Dahai and the whole class to hear. I just think I'm better than Jing Guodong. Jing Guodong's chest was stabbed again. I can't be diligent, and I can't be a role model. Even if I become the class monitor, I may still skip class and sleep, and not hand in my homework. You may even suddenly find that I disappear for a few days, and there will be no change from before. Qi Nitian, we are willing to elect you as the class monitor. Yes, the last time we learned Rainy Alley, you wore high heels and walked over and over again. Qi Nitian, we all know what kind of person you are. Do whatever you want to do, don't feel pressured. Chinitian smiled and said, I want to make things clear in advance, lest you feel disappointed in the future. Some responsibilities, I may not bear. But if you need me for something, I will not refuse. That's it, everyone said. Chinitian nodded and said, then, from today on, I am the class monitor of Class 9. Clatter, warm applause resounded in the classroom. Chindahai had a smile on his face, but he was very angry in his heart. What was there to applaud for? With Chinitian standing up to take the lead, the next deputy class monitor position was taken by Tangqing. He ran for deputy class monitor because he wanted to follow in Chinitian's footsteps. He hoped that the two of them would not only study but also have more contact in work. However, the class representatives for each subject were still the original ones. When Chindahai appointed the representatives for each subject, it was based on the results of each subject. For example, Huang Haoran's Chinese was the first in Class 9, so he was the Chinese class representative. Su Ying's mathematics was the first in the class, so she was the mathematics class representative. Chindahai originally wanted to remove Huang Haoran's Chinese class representative, but in the end, more than 2/3 of the students supported Huang Haoran to continue to be the Chinese class representative. He wanted to, but he was powerless. For Chindahai, this was the biggest failure of the class committee appointment. Because all the positions did not go according to his plan. He lost control of the class. He was very clear about this. After all the class committee appointments, Chindahai said a few words of congratulations and encouragement. Because he was in a bad mood, there was still more than 10 minutes left in this class, so he was too lazy to lecture. He assigned some extracurricular exercises to everyone, then walked to Jingguodong, who was in a daze in the back row, knocked on his table, and said, "Classmate Jingguodong, come out with me." Outside the classroom, Chindahai and Jingguodong were speechless. After a long time, Chindahai broke the deadlock and said, "I didn't expect Chinitian to get involved. This girl's influence is too great." "I understand," Jingguodong said aloud. "I know what kind of person Chinitian is. If she wants to, no one can stop her. I just think it's strange," Chindahai said. "Chinitian is not interested in this kind of thing. I heard from Teacher Bai that they wanted Chinitian to be the class monitor of the first class, but Chinitian refused in every way. Why is she suddenly so enthusiastic about this kind of thing now that she's in the 9th class?" Jingguodong's expression was resentful as he said, "I thought about it just now. There's only one possibility." "What's the reason?" "For Fang Yan," Jingguodong said. Chindahai's eyes turned cold as he said, "What do you mean?" On the first day she came, she confessed to Fang Yan in front of everyone. When Jingguodong said this, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Chinitian was the goddess in the eyes of all the boys in the school, and also the woman he liked. He used his identity as the son of the school director to try to get close to her, but Chinitian didn't look at him at all. His feelings for Chinitian were very complicated. He liked her very much, but he also hated her very much. But how could she confess to Fang Yan? Is this true? Why didn't you tell me before? Chindahai's eyes widened. If the news was true, he knew it meant a disaster for Fang Yan. "It's true." Jingguodong glanced at Chindahai's expression and said. They were all familiar with each other, so there was no need to hide it. "It's just that Chinitian is bold." Everyone thought she was joking with Fang Yan. So no one took it seriously. "Stupid," Chindahai scolded. After scolding, he remembered the unusual identity of the student in front of him, so he smiled flatteringly and said, "Guodong, the information you provided is very important. It may be of great use to us." "Great use?" Zheng Guodong said. What if they say it's a joke? Chen Dehai scanned around vaguely and said fiercely, what if we burn a fire in the back and make it real? It wasn't until Tang Qing stood up and shouted, stand up, that the entire class stood up and shouted, good morning, teacher, that Fang Yan knew that there was a new class committee appointment. The appointment was out of his expectations. The class monitor was actually Qin Etian. He was furious. This girl listened to music and slept in class. After class, she went to the Sparrow River to take a walk and dig out bird nests. She never brought textbooks into the classroom, not even a pen. She would only borrow a pen and paper from her deskmate, Ho Xiaolong, when there was homework that she was interested in. She would pretend not to hear anything when she was not interested in homework. How did she become the class monitor? However, Huang Haoren was still the language class representative. Fang Yan was still very satisfied with this. Huang Haoren was a student he valued, and she was very cooperative and supportive in the later work. He could ignore other people, but he still had to be satisfied with his own class representative. Qin Etian's seat was empty. Obviously, she was probably lying by the Sparrow River, sunbathing or doing what she liked in some beautiful place. This school didn't have any control over her. It was fine if the school didn't care, but why didn't her family care either? Fang Yan thought he should visit Qin Etian's home and have a good talk with her parents. Children shouldn't be spoiled too much. Let's go to class, Fang Yan said. When Fang Yan was telling the students about the article, he heard footsteps coming from outside the classroom. The footsteps weren't heavy, but when a group of people walked in the same rhythm, all the sounds gathered together and resonated, making the sound seem deep and loud. Fang Yan turned around and saw a group of students wearing clothes completely different from Rosefinch Secondary standing outside the classroom looking in through the window. Fang Yan understood that the delegation from Wuren High School had arrived. The school didn't even inform him to welcome them. Lu Chaoge was also standing in the middle of the group of adults in the back row. When she met Fang Yan's eyes, she nodded so softly that it was almost inaudible. A middle-aged woman in a gray uniform stood beside Lu Chaoge. She looked at Fang Yan, who was standing on the podium, and said, Principal Lu, is the young man standing on the podium a student or a teacher? He's a teacher from Rosefinch Secondary, Lu Chaoge answered honestly. She had a bad feeling in her heart. As expected, Matsushima Ki's next sentence made her want to go crazy. He's really young. I'm very curious about how talented such a young teacher is. Principal Lu, can my student and I enter the classroom to listen in? If it was possible, Lu Chaoge really wanted to say no to them. Lu Chaoge was very annoyed. She felt that this request from the Wuren delegation was very unkind. Chapter 71. Principal Lu, is it difficult? Matsushima Ki asked again when he saw that Lu Chaoge did not agree. She spoke in English, which was not difficult at all for Lu Chaoge, who had studied in the United States. It was not difficult, but it was very difficult. Before the Wuren Business Mission Group came, the school was worried that Fang Yan would do something that would affect the school's reputation again. So, the board of directors and the management specially entrusted Lu Chaoge and Fang Yan to discuss how to appease comrade Fang Yan. Now, Fang Yan kept quiet, but the Wuren Business Mission Group took the initiative to come to them. Lu Chaoge knew that if she agreed to Matsushima Ki's request, then things would develop in an uncontrollable direction. Even if she was the vice principal of Rosefinch Secondary and thought that she had a good relationship with Fang Yan. If Fang Yan was determined to do something, then she could not stop him. She could not say no, because the more she refused, the more curious Matsushima Ki and the students would be. Moreover, the two schools were friendly. When the teachers of Rosefinch Secondary led a team to Wuren, Wuren did their best and did not hide anything. If Rosefinch Secondary hid anything, it would affect the relationship between the two schools. They would ask, "What are you afraid of?" "No problem." Lu Chaoga smiled and agreed. "Of course, I need to communicate with Mr. Fong Yen." Matsushima Ki smiled and said, "That's what I should do." She said to the teachers and students who came with the group in Japanese, "Dear teachers and students, I propose to audit a language class. Do you have any objections?" "No." The students of Warren High School answered with a smile. Their voices were very uniform and soft. They would not disturb the students of Class 9 and the surrounding classes. Lu Chaoga stood at the door of the classroom and said, "Mr. Fong Yen, I have something to discuss with you." Fong Yen walked to Lu Chaoga and said, "Principal Lu, what's the matter?" "The people behind me are the teachers and students of Warren High School. They are very interested in you and want to listen to your class," Lu Chaoga said. "Are you interested in me?" Fong Yen laughed. "Principal Lu must be very worried, right?" Fong Yen. Lu Chaoga was exasperated. "I listened to you guys and stayed quiet. I didn't do anything." Fong Yen was ordered to stay quiet by the school, so he was holding back his anger. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wouldn't give up so easily. Although his sarcasm would only make Lu Chaoga and the others feel a little uncomfortable, but thinking of their discomfort, Fong Yen felt much better. After all, Lu Chaoga represented Rosefinch Secondary before and now. Now they're taking the initiative to look for trouble. They're not looking for trouble, they're just listening. Lu Chaoga ignored Fong Yan's poisonous tongue and said aloud, "I understand." Fong Yan nodded. "But if something happens, I won't be responsible." "What will happen?" "I'm so handsome, what if their teachers or students confess to me?" "You're thinking too much." Lu Chaoga didn't want to talk to Fong Yan anymore. Matsushima Ki and the others were still waiting for them. Although Matsushima Ki didn't speak the Hua-Xia language well, there were many translators in the delegation who were proficient in the Hua-Xia language. Because of the long-term exchange between the two schools, some students were also very familiar with the Hua-Xia language. If they heard the conversation between the two, it would be such a shameful thing. "It's decided. Make the arrangements." Lu Chaoga turned around and walked to Matsushima Ki. She said, "Mr. Fong Yen said that he welcomes the delegation from Warren to come and listen." "Thank you," Matsushima Ki said. She then walked in front of Fong Yen and said in a non-standard Hua-Xia language, "Thank you. Mr. Fong. You're a guest from afar." Fong Yen smiled. He made an inviting gesture and said, "Please come in." There were 20 students in the delegation from Warren. Including Matsushima Ki and the other 4 teachers, there were a total of 25 people. Since Matsushima Ki was the vice principal of Warren Senior High School, according to the principle of reciprocity, the vice principal of Rosefinch Secondary, Lu Chaoga was in charge of all the reception work. There were more than 30 people in the classroom all of a sudden, so the tables and chairs were definitely not enough. Fong Yan thought about it and said, "Male students, can you give up your chairs and let the ladies use them?" "There's no need." Matsushima Ki heard Fong Yan's words clearly and stopped him. He said, "We're just here to listen. We can't disturb the students in class. We can just stand at the back." Fong Yan smiled and said, "You have your ideas, and we have our ways." Hua-Xia is a country of etiquette that has been around for thousands of years. Hua-Xia men are also brave and generous gentlemen. "How can we sit and let our guests from afar stand?" The boys immediately responded. They pulled out their chairs and gave them to the ladies from the delegation from Warren and Rosefinch Secondary. Matsushima Ki couldn't help but look at Fong Yen in a higher light. He thought to himself, regardless of whether this young teacher is talented or not, he's very good at dealing with people. Due to historical reasons, the citizens of Huaxia and Japan had always been conflicted. Fang Yan asked the students to give up their seats because they were guests from afar. In addition, he especially pointed out that all Chinese men were brave and generous gentlemen, and he put bravery in front of generosity. The subtext was that when we should beat you up, we will still beat you up, but when we pay attention to etiquette, we will not be looked down upon. These guests from Japan were very self-disciplined. The girls who got their seats automatically walked toward the aisles and lined up one by one. The boys who didn't have chairs stood side by the wall according to their height. They didn't say a word and had a proper attitude, as if they had undergone special training. After everyone settled down, Fang Yan continued his lecture. He said, "There's a saying that goes, the beauty of knowledge lies in confusing people. The beauty of poetry lies in inciting men and women to have an affair. This is a joke, but it can also be a fact. Why is it said that poetry can incite men and women to have an affair? It's because it's subtle and obscure, and it makes people's hearts skip a beat. It can shock the spirit and soul, and it blends in with the vicissitudes of society." Fang Yan looked at the students in the audience and said with a smile, "At your age, have you ever been moved by a love poem? Conquered by a poem? Have you ever thought of writing a love poem for the person you like? I don't need you to answer this question. I know there will be." The students in the audience laughed out loud. At their best age, meeting the most beautiful you, how could they be willing to be mediocre and refuse to confess? They fantasized about love, seeing it as the most important possession in life. They were willing to do all kinds of crazy things for their other half. Fighting with their love rivals in the bar, riding motorcycles on the road until late at night, sitting in the park on a winter night, not willing to part even if it was freezing, saving half a year's worth of pocket money just to buy the birthday gift that the other person liked, holding hands and walking through street after street without buying anything. They might find it a little stupid when they were adults, but now, when they thought of these things, they felt sweet to their bones. Youth was like poetry, and they used their youth to write poems. Since ancient times, our predecessors have left us a rich treasure trove of poems. Fang Yan scanned the audience and recited with a voice full of emotion, "Tearful eyes ask flowers, flowers do not speak, chaotic red flies over the swing. Tender like water, a good night is like a dream, enduring the road back to the Magpie Bridge. If love lasts for a long time, how can we stay together day and night? I live at the head of the Yangtze River, you live at the tail, thinking of you every day but not seeing you, drinking the water of the Yangtze River together. It's vivid, thousands of years later, as if there's still a beautiful scene before us." Fang Yan looked at the students in the audience with a smile and said, "What's your favorite poem? Or which one?" 10 years of life and death, not thinking, naturally unforgettable, a student answered. Searching for him in the crowd for thousands of times, suddenly looking back, that person is there, in the dimly lit place, another person answered. Flowers drift and water flow, a kind of lovesickness, 2 kinds of idle worries. Every student had the most beautiful poem in their heart, so everyone answered very enthusiastically. Chinitian skipped class and was not around. More than 30 of the 40 students in class 9 answered this question. Matsushima Ki saw this and nodded to himself, thinking that the teacher's lecture was not boring and could stimulate the students to participate. This young teacher did a good job. Some of the students understood the Huaxia language and could directly feel the beauty of the poems that Fang Yan spoke. There were also some students who did not speak the Huaxia language well, so they could only rely on translators to help. Of course, although the translators knew how to translate the language, they were limited by their level of education or did not have a deep understanding of the poem, so the effect of translating into Japanese was naturally greatly reduced. When the class was about to end, Fang Yan allowed the students to ask questions freely. A middle-aged man with sparse hair stepped forward and spoke in fluent Huaxia language. Teacher, hello. I am Saburo Fujino, a national studies teacher at Warren University. Just now, when I heard the beauty of your poems, my heart was greatly shaken. Huaxia culture has a long history. Poems from the Tang and Song dynasties can be heard in any corner of the world. What I don't understand is, the Huaxia people have so many years of culture and history and have produced so many outstanding sages. Why is there such a strange saying now? What is it? Fang Yan asked with a smile. The troublemaker is here. With this thought in mind, he subconsciously glanced at Lu Chaoga, who was sitting in the back row. The culture of the Tang dynasty is in Japan, the culture of the Ming dynasty is in South Korea, and the culture of the Republic of China is in Taiwan, Saburo Fujino said with a smile as he adjusted his glasses. Why is there such a saying? Could it be that the people of Huaxia are unwilling to inherit the excellent culture left behind by their ancestors? Chapter 72. There is a saying among the people, if you want to learn about the Tang culture, you can go to Japan. If you want to learn about the Song culture, you can go to Korea. If you want to learn about the Yuan culture, you can go to Mongolia. If you want to learn about the Ming culture, you can go to Myanmar. If you want to learn about the Qing culture, you can go to Hong Kong. If you want to learn about the Republic culture, you can go to Taiwan. The meaning is that the essence of the Tang culture was inherited by Japan, the essence of the Song culture was inherited by Korea, and the essence of the Republic culture was inherited by Taiwan. So, what did the people of Huaxia inherit? When it comes to foreign cultures, we must take the essence and discard the dregs. However, when it comes to the cultural heritage of their own country, some people do the opposite, taking the dregs and discarding the essence. It is precisely because some people have forgotten their roots that the people of Huaxia are often looked down upon and ridiculed by foreigners. Saburo Fujino is an expert in the field of Huaxia culture. Naturally, he agreed with this saying. Thus, he raised this question to Fang Yan in front of everyone. He had the intention of making a fool out of Fang Yan. You are a teacher of language, or rather, national studies. Your poems are so beautiful and your knowledge is so rich. So, why is there such a saying? The essence of Huaxia culture can only be appreciated in other countries. Isn't this a great irony? I have also heard of this saying. Fang Yan said calmly. There are some things that are useless to deny. It will only show that the person is shallow and stupid. Since Mr. Fujino is a researcher in the field of Huaxia culture, you must have heard of this saying, wherever there is well water, there is loose sea. Yes, I know the origin of this saying. Saburo Fujino smiled and nodded. This is a description of a poet from Huaxia called Lu Sanbian. His works are widely spread. Wherever there is well water, you can hear Lu Xi being sung. I have to say, the ancient culture of Huaxia is indeed profound and makes people yearn for it. Saburo Fujino's words had a hidden meaning. He only said that the ancient culture of Huaxia is profound and makes people yearn for it. However, what kind of culture does the current Huaxia have that makes people yearn for it? Fang Yan naturally understood the deeper meaning behind his words. He smiled and continued, Mr. Fujino has heard of the saying, wherever there is water, there will be willows. Do you know that there is another saying behind this saying? Saburo Fujino knew that Fang Yan would refute his point of view, but Fang Yan did not make it clear. He could only shake his head and say, I don't know for the time being. Wherever there is human habitation, there is Huaxia civilization. The culture of the Tang dynasty was in Japan, while the culture of the Ming dynasty was in South Korea. This just happened to show that the Huaxia culture was well passed down, and the whole world was learning and recognizing it. The culture of Huaxia belongs to the country as well as the world. This is the pride of our Huaxia people. Is that so? Fujino did not expect Fang Yan to be so shameless as to misinterpret his argument. Secretly angry, he said, "As far as I know, the understanding of this sentence is completely opposite to teacher Fang Yan's explanation. As a researcher and inheritor of culture, we should be modest and cautious, seeking truth from facts." Saburo Fujino swept his gaze across the room and said, "Teacher Fang Yan, lying in front of your own students is not a good habit. You are a teacher. If you lie, your students will be negatively affected. It is not just me. All of us here know that the true meaning of that sentence is that it is regretful that the people of Huaxia are unable to protect and pass down their excellent culture." Yes, teacher Fang Yan's words earlier are very good. It belongs to the country as well as the world. We admire the culture of Huaxia. You people discard the dregs, but we are willing to preserve it perfectly. Passing it down from generation to generation, polishing our muscles and bones, enriching our knowledge and improving the quality of the entire nation. Saburo Fujino smiled as he looked at Fang Yan. At the same time, he looked at the many Rosefinch students present and said, "There is an old man in Huaxia who once said, 'People today have their faults and do not like the rules of others. It is like concealing one's illness and avoiding treatment. It is better to destroy one's body than to realize it.' Why concealing one's illness and avoiding treatment? Frankly admit one's shortcomings and correct them while they can still be saved. Starting from today, isn't this a better way to solve the problem? It is not that we are unwilling to admit it. It is just that we have no way to admit it," Fang Yan said with a smile. "Mr. Fujino Saburo, you keep putting labels on us and telling us that what you say is the truth. However, is the situation really as Mr. Fujino Saburo said? I have doubts in my heart and so do my students. Why do people think that the essence of the Tang dynasty's culture was inherited by the Japanese and the essence of the Song dynasty's culture was inherited by South Korea?" Fang Yan's expression was gentle and his voice was calm. There was a faint smile on his face as he said, "Since Saburo Fujino is an expert in Huaxia, then you must have heard of such a fairy tale, right? In an abandoned well, there lived a frog. One day, the frog met a large turtle from the East China Sea by the well. The frog proudly boasted to the turtle, 'Look, I am living here comfortably. If I was in a good mood, would jump and play in the well, and when I was tired, I would rest in the cave on the wall of the well. Sometimes a comfortable dip in the water, sometimes a pleasant walk in the mud. Look at those little worms, crabs, and tadpoles. Which of them can compare to me? How free I am to occupy this abandoned well all by myself. Why don't you go down the well and have a look around?" The sea turtle didn't take the frog's invitation seriously and said, "Have you ever seen the sea? The vastness of the sea was more than 1,000 miles. The depth of the sea was more than 10,000 feet. The well could dry up, but the sea never had an end. I prefer to live in the sea, because that is the real world. You sit in the well all day, how can you know the vastness of the world?" After Fang Yan finished his story, the classroom became lively. The students of Class 9 were naturally excited and overjoyed. When they heard Saburo Fujino attacking Huaxia's cultural heritage, they became unhappy. However, they could not stand out and object. This was because the Wu Ren delegation was a guest from afar. If they were too agitated, the school might punish them. However, Fang Yan was not afraid of the school's punishment. He also ignored the fact that the leaders of Rosefinch Secondary were right in front of him. He said what needed to be said and fought for what needed to be fought for. He wasn't cowardly, he didn't run away, he had a point of view, a story, and his words were sharp, making people feel comfortable. Who would be willing to be slapped in the face on their own turf? Mr. Fang is really flattering, Mr. Fong's story was well told, it was wonderful. That's right, how can a frog in a well know the vastness of the sea? Unlike the students, the leaders and teachers of Vermilion Bird High School looked a little unfriendly. Jia Siding, the leader of the language team, whispered to the teacher beside him, "You don't know when to back off. How can you speak to a guest like that? I'm afraid things are going to get worse." That's right. If the guest gets angry and cancels the fellowship with Rosefinch Secondary, it will be a big loss of face. Principal Liu, you have to stand up and say something. Liu Chaoga sat beside Matsushima Miki, expressionless and silent. If the students of Rosefinch Secondary reacted with joy and the teachers of Rosefinch panicked, then the representatives of Wu Ren delegation reacted with anger. Those who were familiar with the culture of Huaxia or could understand the language of Huaxia turned gloomy when they heard Fong Yan's story. This was a story of looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. In Fong Yan's words, they were the frogs sitting leisurely in the well. How could they accept such a verbal attack? After listening to the translation, some members of the delegation who did not understand the language of Huaxia looked at Fong Yan with hostility. This was a disgrace and an insult. Saburo Fujino's face turned extremely ugly and he said, "This is a very unfriendly act. If Rosefinch Secondary cannot give us an explanation, then we will immediately end our visit and sever all cooperation with Rosefinch Secondary. Also, we will ask for justice from Huaxia through the Japanese embassy." The classroom was noisy and the atmosphere was clearly divided into three opposing emotions. When Fong Yan was telling the story, he already knew the reactions of the various parties. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Fujino, please do not be agitated. I was just telling a fairy tale. I did not say that you are the frogs at the bottom of the well. Please do not make such unnecessary associations. If you insist on putting yourself in this role, it will affect the friendship between the two schools. Then tell me, who is the frog at the bottom of the well?" Saburo Fujino asked in an evil tone. He thought to himself, if you care about the friendship between the two schools, you would not tell such an insulting fairy tale. "The frog at the bottom of the well is the frog at the bottom of the well," Fong Yan replied with a serious expression. "Mr. Fujino, why do you insist on chasing after this boring question? What we should focus on is who is the abandoned well and who is the sea." "Then I would like to ask, who is the abandoned well and who is the sea?" "Huaxia culture is naturally the sea," Fong Yan said. Saburo Fujino's chest felt stuffy and he felt as though he would faint on the spot. If Huaxia culture is the sea, then the Japanese culture is the abandoned well. The Japanese culture is the abandoned well, isn't that the frog at the bottom of the well? Going around in a big circle just to insult them once more. Whether it is the Japanese, South Korea or some other civilized countries, the culture they inherit is just a tributary of the sea, Fong Yan said. Without accumulating small streams, there is no way to become a sea. The reason why a sea can be called a sea is because it has many tributaries and a vast body of water. Mr. Fujino will not object to my words, right? Is that really the case? Saburo Fujino's face was filled with ridicule. Blindly hiding and hiding will only prove that you have a guilty conscience. If a tributary is wider than the sea, then a tributary is still a tributary. The sea is still the sea. Regarding this question, you can turn a blind eye to it. However, you cannot stop the mouths of others and the eyes of the world. Fong Yan smiled and said, "Then, what proof do you have to prove that a tributary is wider than the sea? Won't we know by comparing?" Saburo Fujino sneered. Chapter 73. Rosefinch Secondary and Warren Senior High School were on friendly terms. Every year, they would send out representatives for a learning exchange. During the learning exchange, the students from both schools would also compete in small-scale competitions. For example, a speech competition, a quiz contest, sprinting and other physical fitness competitions. Thus, when Saburo Fujino proposed a competition, no one present was surprised. It was supposed to be a competition, just that someone had brought it forward. The problem was, if Fong Yan were to accept the challenge, would his class represent Rosefinch Secondary? Would Rosefinch Secondary be willing to be represented by Fong Yan's Class 9? In the past, it would be the top class that would send their students to participate in the reception. Compete in what? How? Fong Yan asked. Let's compete in tea ceremony, calligraphy, and fencing, Saburo Fujino said confidently. If we lose, then I will take back what I said earlier and apologize to you in front of everyone. All right. Then it is decided, Fong Yan said. When will it begin? No rush, Saburo Fujino sneered. This kid was too cunning. He had only mentioned how they would apologize if they lost, but not how they would be punished if they lost. If your side loses, then what? It is impossible for my side to lose, Fong Yan said, waving his hand. He felt that this was an impossible matter and not worth wasting time discussing. What if we lose? Saburo Fujino was once again filled with anger. Fong Yan was like an inflatable balloon. With just a few words and a few puffs, he was able to fill up this big balloon. Fong Yan thought about it and said, if my side loses, I will also apologize to you and admit that what you said about Tang Dynasty culture in East Asia is correct. It's a deal, Saburo said. Fong Yan rolled up his sleeves and asked, when will the competition begin? Should we compete in tea ceremony, calligraphy, or fencing? How about we start with fencing? Everyone likes to watch a good show. Let's have a good show first. Saburo Fujino saw that Fong Yan was about to fight and said, Teacher Fong Yan, what are you doing? It's not a competition between you and me. It's a competition between my students and your students. Whether the Huaxia culture can be passed on or not is not up to us teachers to decide. It's up to the future of these countries. Saburo Fujino pointed to the students from the two countries in the class and said, they are the witnesses and beneficiaries. Whether or not the Huaxia culture has been inherited, teacher is the most qualified to speak. If a teacher's ability was mediocre, how could he have the qualifications to impart knowledge to his students? You are a teacher, and so am I. Why don't we just compete? Simple and direct. Fong Yan thought that if this kid agreed to spar with him, he would break his limbs first. Let's see how he could compete in tea ceremony and calligraphy. If you want to compete, then you and I will add another round. However, that will be after the competition between these students, Saburo Fujino said. He knew that Huaxia was someone who cared a lot about face. Thus, he would not be able to withstand being goaded. He sneered and said, Teacher Fong Yan, do you not have confidence in your students? Fong Yan looked at the students below the stage and asked, do you have confidence? Yes. The students of Class 9 roared. Their emotions were stirred up and their faces were filled with excitement. You see, Fong Yan smiled. They are full of confidence, and so am I. Since Mr. Fujino has challenged us again and again, then we can only accept the challenge. Truth be told, I really do not want to do this. Why? I have to bear the risk. If I lose, some people in the school will say that I, Fong Yan, am incompetent and want to kick me out. If I win, those who say that I am incompetent will think that I am destroying the relationship between the two schools and want to kick me out. Tell me, is it better for me to win or lose? Li Ziqiang, Jia Siding and the others felt a burning pain on their faces. They had already made up their minds. They would use this incident to find an excuse to kick this kid out. They did not expect that Fong Yan would not defeat his opponent. Instead, he would attack their faces from both sides. What do we, Huaxia people, care about? Peace is the most important. If my students win against your students, you will definitely be in a bad mood. You can't win in a competition, you can't win in a fight, you can't win in a fight. Come in a happy mood and leave in a sad mood. If you go back, others will think that we have done something to you. The winner has not been decided yet. I believe in my students, Saburo Fujino said. He thought to himself, why does this kid keep thinking about competing with me? Could it be that he is so knowledgeable that he has extraordinary talent? At that moment, the bell for the end of class rang. Even though the Japanese students were dissatisfied with Fong Yan, they still stood up politely and bowed in unison. You have worked hard. The Wu-Ren inspection team lined up and left the classroom in an orderly manner. Matsushima Ki looked at Fong Yan with a thoughtful expression. From the beginning to the end, Lu Chaoga's face did not show any expression. No one could tell what her true attitude was. After all the outsiders had left, there were only the students of class 9 left in the classroom. Fong Yan walked over and closed the classroom door. It was noisy outside the classroom, but inside the classroom, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The smile on Fong Yan's face gradually faded. He looked at the 40 students in the class with a serious expression and said, "What do you want to say?" Mr. Fong's rebuttal is good. It's a good rebuttal, Mr. Fong, let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Will the sea be afraid of a small river? Just swallow them up. Fong Yan did not laugh. He looked at the students below the stage with a gentle gaze and said, in front of the aliens, no matter what, I will not admit that what they said is right. They want to slap our faces, but should we also slap our own faces? I can't do that. Now that the door is closed, we are all on the same side. Let's seriously think about it and reflect on it. Why did such a saying spread? The culture of the Tang dynasty is in Japan, and the culture of the Song dynasty is in South Korea. Is it true that in some aspects, they are really better than us? Do we really do our best? Do we really have a clear conscience? Times are developing, technology is advancing, we have gained a lot, we are becoming stronger and stronger. But aren't there a lot of precious things that we've thrown away? What does our country, Huaxia, have? We have agricultural culture, we have the 100 schools of thought, we have high mountain flowing water, Guangling Chu, we have calligraphy, painting, Tai Chi, and 8 trigrams. We have the 12 zodiac signs, we have the Book of Songs, the Songs of Chu, and the Art of War. We have traditional festivals, we have Kunku, Hunan Opera, Beijing Opera, Shadow Play, and Huangmei Opera. We have the Great Wall, gardens, and clock towers. We have traditional Chinese medicine, we have yin and yang, we have the 5 elements, we have paper-cut kites, clay figurines, embroidery, we have the 4 great inventions, cooking utensils, clothes, and clothes. You can't imagine how rich we are. But, are we proud of it? Fong Yan looked at the students below the stage and said, what I don't understand is, why do those people who have learned a little dare to come to our territory and provoke us? Are we too friendly, or are we really easy to bully? What makes them think that we have really lost all the essence of culture? The students were silent, thinking about every word that Fong Yan said. Yes, what makes those Japanese think that they are the true inheritors of the Tang culture? Are they really as excellent as they say? Or is it that there is a gap in our inheritance of the Tang culture, so we have become a joke in the eyes of others? What did I inherit? Drinking American Coke, watching Japanese anime, playing Blizzard games, singing Korean songs, driving German cars. How many Tang and Song poems have I memorized? Who is Lao Zhuang's thought? Where is his thought? How many pages of the 4 classics have you read? How many rounds of chess and Go can you play? We think that steak and Western food are high-end food. Are the 8 classics and thousands of variations not the essence of food? Are the Japanese wrong? Or are we wrong? If the Japanese win, they will win face. If we lose, we'll lose everything. Fong Yen stood on the podium and bowed deeply to the students below the stage. Please, everyone, please step on them. Lu Chaoge did not speak, and neither did Fong Yen. Lu Chaoge was writing a manuscript. Her white fingers held a black pen, and beautiful small words jumped on the paper like newborn silkworm chrysalis, which was pleasing to the eye. What was more beautiful was the person. Lu Chaoge was really a rare beauty. Her hands were soft, her skin was smooth, her figure was full, and her facial features were exquisite and flawless. She was wearing a black slim-fit uniform with a light yellow collared shirt. 2 buttons of the shirt were unbuttoned, revealing a snow-white neck. The most attractive thing was her cold and arrogant temperament, as if nothing mattered to her. She was a goddess in the sky, and you were a speck of dust on the ground. In terms of youth, Jiang Qin was number 1. In terms of aura, Qin Etian was invincible. In terms of charm, Lu Chaoge was no match. In terms of barbaric violence, Yi Gentle was a lonely loser, far ahead of others. Fong Yen rarely saw Lu Chaoge in casual clothes. Of course, she looked good in professional clothes. Paw! Lu Chaoge finally capped the pen, then picked up the tea in front of her and drank it. Fong Yen also raised his teacup and took a sip of tea, as if the two of them were going to drink it all in one go. Lu Chaoge looked at Fong Yen with sharp eyes and said, I have convinced the board of directors and the school leaders to agree that you will lead the 9th class to represent Rosefinch Secondary to accept the challenge of the Warren investigation team. I have no choice but to agree. Fong Yen smiled. I am the one they are looking for. If you lose, I will make you leave. If you win, I will promise you one thing, Lu Chaoge said. What is it? Fong Yen asked happily. I don't have to return the money I borrowed from you. Chapter 74. Lu Chaoge did not laugh. She looked at Fong Yen with a serious expression and said, Do you know what this competition means? I do. Fong Yen nodded. He knew what Lu Chaoge was worried about. He also knew that she must have taken responsibility in front of the board of directors or the school leaders in order to speak up for him. This is a fight for face and also a fight for substance. To put it more broadly, this is a fight for national pride. With national pride, the people could stand up proudly. If the country could not stand up, the words of the people were equivalent to farts. In the past, the exchange competition with Warren Secondary School had been handled by the first class of the top class. This time, this heavy responsibility was suddenly handed over to the 9th class. How could the teachers and students of the first class be satisfied? How could the school leaders and teachers be at ease? Lu Chaoge must have done a lot of work in order to calm the worries of the leaders and the resistance of the first class. In class, Fong Yen told the story of looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. He compared the Warren delegation to the frogs in the bottom of a well. Although he did not say it very clearly, everyone was well aware of this kind of thing. According to the rules of friendship between the two parties, what Fong Yen said was actually out of line. It was suspected of damaging the relationship between the two schools. However, from the beginning to the end, Lu Chaoge did not show any anger. Even when Jia Siding and the others encouraged Lu Chaoge to stand up and scold Fong Yen, she still remained silent. Fong Yen was only a teacher in the school. He could speak eloquently and engage in a war of words. However, Lu Chaoge could not. She was the vice principal of Rosefinch Secondary. She was the main person in charge of Rosefinch Secondary's contact with the Warren delegation. If there was an honor, she could take credit. If there was a problem, she would also have to bear the responsibility. She was willing to tolerate Fang Yan and was willing to fight for such an opportunity for him. This was not only because she was Fang Yan's leader, nor was it because she had a good relationship with Fang Yan. It was because no one from Huaxia could retreat when faced with such provocation. Absolutely not. After listening to Fang Yan's answer, Lu Chaoge finally felt relieved. Previously, he was worried that Fang Yan would not take the competition seriously because of his cheeky smile. Now that she heard him say this, she knew that he had a clear understanding of this matter. In fact, his understanding was even deeper than his own. It's good that you can think that way, Lu Chaoge said. The match is tomorrow morning. The first was tea ceremony, the second was calligraphy, and the third was fencing. Who are you going to send out for the next 3 matches? Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, our class is full of talents. Any one of us can beat them down. Be more serious. To be honest, I already have candidates for calligraphy and fencing. But regarding the tea ceremony, I have to go back and do some research, Fang Yan said. After all, I've never had tea with a student before. If I really can't find anyone, can I borrow one from another class? Lu Chaoge looked at Fang Yan and thought, if you haven't had tea with a student before, have you fought with a student before? It was quite possible that he had struck despicable before. I have a candidate, Lu Chaoge said. Who? Qin Tian. Qin Tian. Fang Yan was stunned. Is this woman really the omnipotent Ultraman? Is there anything she doesn't know? It's the candidate recommended by Principal Zhang, Lu Chaoge said. Lu Chaoge had never had tea with Qin Tian, and the two had never even had direct contact. However, after the meeting, Principal Zhang Xiaofang specially made a phone call to recommend a candidate for the tea ceremony. Lu Chaoge kept it in mind. She believed that Principal Zhang Xiaofang wouldn't play any tricks on this kind of thing. After all, if they lost the competition, Lu Chaoge's face would be damaged, and Principal Zhang Xiaofang would be the most shameful person. After all, he was the principal of Rosefinch Secondary. Principal Zhang. Fang Yan thoughtfully looked at Lu Chaoge. Principal Zhang sent Qin Tian to the 9th class, and they have a good relationship. Could Qin Tian be Principal Zhang's daughter? Adopted daughter. Lu Chaoge's face slightly changed, and she said, don't make wild guesses about the leader's family affairs. Just kidding. Fang Yan laughed and said, I know Principal Lu is busy, so I won't bother you. I'll talk to Qin Tian and see if she can spare some time to come to class tomorrow. It's really pitiful for a teacher to be like me. You must win. Lu Chaoge said very firmly. Don't worry, it's hard to lose. Fang Yan indifferently waved his hand and said. He walked to the door, then turned to look at Lu Chaoge and said, if you win, will you really promise me one thing? Yes. Lu Chaoge said. After thinking for a while, she added worriedly, as long as it's within my ability. Don't worry. I'm not that kind of person who doesn't know what's good for me. Fang Yan said. Just now when I said that you don't have to pay back the money you owe, it was a joke. Don't take it to heart. I understand. Lu Chaoge nodded. If you are really willing to promise me one thing, then lend me another sum of money. I'm a little short of money now, and life is very stressful, get out. Lu Chaoge threw the pen holder on the table at him. Qingfeng Tea House. The owner of the tea house was called Duan Yujun. He opened the tea house in front of the school because it was a busy main road with more people. Another reason was to attract the business of the teachers and parents of the students. If the teachers wanted to talk to their friends about something, wouldn't they come to his tea house for a cup of tea? When the parents of the students came to pick up their children, wouldn't they come to his tea house when they were bored? However, what Duan Yujun couldn't understand was why there was a large group of students all of a sudden today. Not only were there students in Rosefinch Secondary's uniform, but there were also Japanese students speaking Japanese. Since he couldn't understand, he didn't want to think about it. He ordered the waiters to welcome the guests warmly and try to satisfy the various requests of the guests. He had to make these students feel at home. The reason why he came to Qingfeng Tea House was because he had his own difficulties. There was a conference room in the school, but there was no corresponding tea set. There were tea sets in the headmaster's office and the vice headmaster's office, but they were not complete. Also, the space was too small to accommodate so many people at once. Therefore, Fang Yan suggested to hold the competition at Qingfeng Tea House in front of the school. He often drank tea here with Huang Haoren's father, Huang Wenxiang, so he knew that Qingfeng Tea House's environment was good. Also, there were often people competing tea here, and all kinds of tea sets and utensils were available. Since it was a competition, they needed to set the judges first. Otherwise, they would argue that it was good for them and argue that it was fragrant for them. If they couldn't come to an agreement, they would end up fighting. Lu Chaoge and Nori Matsushima discussed for a while and decided that both of them would be the judges. The other judge would be Duan Yujun, the owner of Qingfeng Tea House. Lu Chaoge went to talk to Duan Yujun, and Duan Yujun naturally agreed. The reason why he opened a tea house here was because he was a tea lover. Not only did he drink tea, but he also often accepted tea challenges from others. He could be considered a famous tea master in Huaqing. Duan Yujun understood the reason and knew that the students of Rosefinch Secondary were going to have a tea ceremony competition with the Japanese students here. He immediately got someone to open up a private room in Qingfeng Pavilion, which was usually not open to the public. This private room was huge and could accommodate dozens of people at the same time. It was a high-class tea house that he used to compete tea with others and train his staff. Some of the people were sitting, while others were standing apart from each other. It didn't make people feel crowded. Everything was ready and waiting for the contestants to enter. Fang Yan sat behind Lu Chaoge, and Li Ziqiang sat next to Fang Yan. Li Ziqiang looked straight ahead, but said to Fang Yan, I don't like you. I can't like you either. Fang Yan was stunned. He didn't expect Li Ziqiang to say this to him at this time. It was so honest, so straightforward. He really wanted to touch his face and see if he was wearing a mask. Could it be that the guy sitting next to him was the arrogant Director Li who didn't even want to look him in the eye? Of course, he didn't look at Fang Yan in the eye. He didn't even look at him in the eye. Fang Yan felt uncomfortable, but he still said with a smile, "It sounds very regrettable, but it's fair. I don't like Director Li either. Young people should know how to be humble and low-key. Who hasn't been young? Who didn't get through it when they were young? Why are you different from others? Why do you want to amaze the world with one brilliant feat after you come?" Li Ziqiang continued to reprimand. "Besides, you offended Director Zheng, and I owe Director Zheng a favor. It's even more impossible for me to like you." Yes. That's how it should be." Fang Yan nodded. Director Li said it very well. "If you have any dissatisfaction with me, you can say it directly. Even if I won't change a word, at least you will feel better, right? Director Li, continue. Continue. I'm listening." Fang Yan said enthusiastically. "Release it well, don't suffocate yourself too much." "I have nothing to say to you," Li Ziqiang said angrily. "Even if I don't like you 100 times, but, today, I still want you to win. You have to win too." This time, it was Fang Yan's turn to be speechless. As if it was the first time he met Li Ziqiang, he looked at him in surprise and didn't speak for a long time. Was this still the Li Ziqiang he knew? Was this still the director Li who wanted to kick him out of the school? Why? Is it strange? Li Ziqiang sneered. What kind of expression and attitude did Fang Yan have? Today, we are all Huaxia people. Director Li means. After today, you won't play with me tomorrow, right? Chapter 75. Tea fighting was also known as tea fighting or tea fighting. It was an elegant game for the rich and idle people in ancient times. After the new tea was produced every spring, the tea farmers and customers would compare the quality of the new tea. The outcome of a tea fighting competition was like the outcome of a football match today. It was widely watched by the public. From the emperor to the commoners, everyone was keen to participate. Even if there was a tea fight, there must be tea first. According to the rules of a tea fight, both sides would usually bring good tea to the battle. The tea with good quality would naturally have a big advantage in judging the outcome. However, according to this rule, it was obviously unfair to the Wu Ren inspection team. They came all the way from East Asia, so how could they happen to bring good tea suitable for the tea fight? Lu Chaoge and Matsushima Nori discussed and decided to use the same tea leaves and buy tea on the spot at Qingfeng Tea House. In this way, neither the Vermilion Bird or the Wu Ren investigation team would be able to take advantage of the tea leaves. Both sides could only compete based on their tea ordering skills and control of the heat. Duan Yujun attached great importance to this tea fight, so he took the initiative to say to Lu Chaoge, "Why don't we have a pu'er tea? I still have half a pancake of old tree tea in my collection. Originally, I was going to use it to fight the Lingnan Tea King. It just so happens that I found a tale of good quality de Hong Pao tea in the past few days, so I decided to donate this half a pancake of pu'er tea to support the education of our Vermilion Bird Middle School. After all, we are neighbors." Lu Chaoge liked drinking tea. She did not know much about tea, but she knew that a pancake of high-quality pu'er tea could be sold for a sky-high price. It was rare for Duan Yujun to donate his collection now. "Thank you, Mr. Duan," Lu Chaoge said gratefully. "The tea fight in your tea house has already disturbed me a lot, and now I'm wasting your collection. I feel really bad." Duan Yujun smiled and said, "I've been drinking tea and competing with people all my life. Today is the happiest day." "Why?" "Because our tea ceremony and tea skills have successors." Duan Yujun lowered his voice and said softly, "Besides, I have my own selfish motives. If I use my tea leaves to suppress those little East Asians, I will also be proud, right? I can brag about it to my fellow tea drinkers, and it will give me a lot of face." "We'll try our best," Lu Chaoge said. She told Matsushima Ki about Duan Yujun's willingness to donate tea leaves, and Matsushima Ki smiled and bowed to Duan Yujun to thank him. Duan Yujun chuckled and waved his hand, looking very embarrassed. He was indeed embarrassed. Duan Yujun was determined to defeat the East Asians, but Matsushima Takashi thanked him with a straight face. Duan Yujun was a simple and honest man, and he wouldn't do such a two-faced thing. Therefore, he refused to accept the apology and only wanted Rosefinch to win the tea. The venue, the judges, and the tea leaves had all been arranged. All that was left was for the contestants from both sides to take the stage. Matsushima Ki turned around and spoke to Saburo Fujino, who was standing behind him. "Let Chiba Kaoru come up." "I will make the arrangements," Fujino Saburo replied and quickly ran down the stairs of the tea house. A black Toyota van was parked in front of the tea house. Saburo Fujino ran over and knocked on the van's window. The van's door opened. A cute doll's head appeared and she asked, "Teacher Fujino, is everything ready?" "Everything is ready," Saburo Fujino said with a smile. "Where is Kaoru?" "You can go upstairs now." All right, a female voice replied from inside the van. Saburo Fujino reached out with his hand and a fair and small hand grabbed his arm. Then, the hand carefully came out. The girl was very beautiful. When she smiled, she looked just like a young Sakai Noriko. She had a slim figure and a clean temperament. She wore a kimono embroidered with cherry blossoms and wooden clogs. It was a standard East Asian style attire. The doll followed suit and got out of the van. The Toyota van remained at the same spot and did not leave. They had borrowed this van from an East Asian company in order to transport the contestants for this afternoon's tea competition. The art of tea was extensive and profound. The preparatory work was even more tedious and complicated. Chiba Kaoru was a descendant of an East Asian tea ceremony family. She had a deep understanding of the art of tea. Due to her beautiful appearance and extraordinary temperament, she was an influential figure in Wuren High School. She was the campus belle of Wuren and a goddess in the hearts of countless male students. It was also because of her existence that Saburo Fujino had specifically proposed a tea ceremony competition when he was provoking Fong Yen. From the very beginning, Saburo Fujino had set up an ambush for his side to win this battle. Autumn and Huaching was still hot. If Chiba Kaoru had been allowed to follow them around in her kimono, she would have been soaked in sweat before she could even brew the tea. For a tea ceremony performer, that was a fatal injury. The Toyota van was spacious and would not give off a feeling of suffocation. The air conditioner was turned on and the temperature was just right. It would not give Chiba Kaoru a feeling of stuffiness. More importantly, the van contained aromatherapy essential oil that they had specially prepared. It was placed in the air conditioner's vent. As the cold air permeated the interior of the van, Chiba Kaoru's body would be soaked in the essential oil. With a wave of her hand, a faint and sweet scent of mint would naturally flow out. Sniffing it in detail would make one feel refreshed and comfortable. That was also the reason why Wuren's inspection team had only come down to invite Chiba Kaoru to the tea house when the competition officially began. An expert would be able to tell right from the start. Just by looking at Chiba Kaoru's attire, the way she spoke, and the way she walked, Fong Yen was certain that she was a top-class girl. Isn't this girl too beautiful? Chiba Kaoru stood in front of the coffee table and bowed deeply to everyone in the room. Then, she sat down gracefully. The stone table. The stone chair. The Japanese beauty. They complemented each other and were pleasing to the eye. Fong Yen stood up and said, "Please wait a moment, everyone." He ran to the tea house and took out his phone to make a call. Before he could make the call, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom had already stopped in front of him. Click. The door to the front passenger seat opened. A tall and skinny old man in a gray robe walked to the back quickly and opened the door. "Miss, please," said the old man in a long robe respectfully. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." A familiar voice came from the car. Then, Fong Yen saw a scene that made his eyes pop out. He saw a man in a plain white robe. No, it was a traditional Chinese costume. Chinitian, who was wearing a white traditional Chinese costume, got out of the back of the Rolls-Royce. After smiling sweetly at the tall and skinny old man, he walked toward Fong Yen. The traditional Chinese costume was simple and elegant. There were no bright red or green flowers to match it. Only the clothes were surrounded by a group of white cranes on auspicious clouds. Each crane was vivid and lifelike. When they walked, they gave people the illusion that they were flying in the sky. When they calmed down, they seemed to be able to hear their celestial cries. It was soft and gentle, yet majestic. She was graceful and elegant, yet she gave off an ethereal aura. To be honest, apart from Chinitian, Fong Yen really couldn't think of anyone he knew who could set off this costume so perfectly. Even those movie stars couldn't do it. Miss, I'll wait for you to go back, the tall and skinny old man said to Chinitian. Then, he nodded at Fong Yen with a smile and went back to the front passenger seat. The Rolls-Royce left slowly as if it had never been there. However, there was clearly a fairy left in the world. The tea house girl who greeted the guests at the door was about to cry. What day is it today? Why is everyone dressed so formally? If I had known this, shouldn't I have laid a red carpet at the door of the tea house? Women, why are you making things difficult for us women? Until Chinitian's little hand put on Fong Yan's arm, Fong Yan hadn't fully reacted. He looked at Chinitian dumbfounded and asked, "What are you doing?" Chinitian smiled charmingly and said, "Tea competition." It's just a tea competition. Do you need to dress like this? Fong Yan pointed to the Rolls-Royce that had just left and said, "Did you rent that car? How much is it a day? It's not worth it to use it just for a while, right? It's not just a tea competition, but also a beauty competition. Clothes competition, temperament competition, aura competition. I want to defeat my opponent in all aspects." Chinitian thought for a moment and asked, "Wu Ren's side has a beautiful woman, right?" "Yes." Fong Yan nodded. "That's good," Chinitian said. "What do you mean?" Fong Yan was puzzled. Didn't women like to beat their opponents? Why did Chinitian let out a sigh of relief when she heard that the girl was a beauty? "You don't understand." A smug smile appeared on Chinitian's mouth. If Wu Ren's side had sent a man, Chinitian's appearance would have been amazing. However, everyone felt that she had an unfair advantage. If the opponent was also a beautiful woman, and a beautiful woman at that, then, if Chinitian defeated her, it would show her temperament and aura even more. What was the saying again? To see a person's achievement pattern was to see what kind of person his opponent was. To see a woman's appearance was the same. Red flowers needed green leaves to match. If you could stand out among a group of red flowers, wouldn't it be even more amazing? Yes, Chinitian hoped that her opponent would be stronger. Fong Yan stretched out his arm and helped Chinitian slowly go upstairs. He felt that he was a little eunuch serving the queen. What was the style of a star? What was the style of a queen? As Fong Yan accompanied Chinitian upstairs, all the people they met stood on the side and stared at them. No one whispered, no one raised their voices. They held their breath, as if they were afraid to disturb the queen's tour. When Chinitian appeared at the door of the Breeze Pavilion, it was exactly as Fong Yan expected. The whole place was silent, and everyone kept a 90-degree turn posture. As if a magician had cast a spell, they couldn't speak and couldn't move their eyes. At this moment, even the wind outside the window found it difficult to breathe. Chapter 76. Chinitian ignored everyone's stares. He let go of Fong Yan's arm and walked toward Chiba Keiru. Chiba Keiru knew that this beautiful and domineering woman was her opponent for the day the moment she saw Chinitian. One's alcohol tolerance depended on one's character. It depended on how one drank and how one behaved after getting drunk. One's tea taste depended on one's attire and temperament. When a person's mental state was at its peak, the tea fight would naturally be full and mellow, and the tea brewed would naturally be full and have an endless aftertaste. One wouldn't drink alcohol because it would be bitter. It wouldn't harm the tea, because the tea would taste like blood. Chinitian walked toward Chiba Keiru step by step. With every step he took, his arrogant attitude and domineering aura got closer. Thud, thud, thud. Chinitian's footsteps weren't heavy, but they seemed to be echoing in Chiba Keiru's heart. Chiba Keiru felt like she had lost her mind and was at a loss for what to do. She avoided Chinitian's gaze to avoid the increasingly powerful airflow that seemed to be able to engulf everything. I'm going to lose. A ridiculous thought popped up in her mind. However, it only lasted for a second before she refocused and looked into Chinitian's eyes. I must win. Chiba Kaoru clenched her fists and told herself in her heart. She knew that her opponent was doing it on purpose. She was using her domineering aura to trample on her and her beauty to suppress her. She was using all her advantages. Her essence, chi, and spirit were in an invincible state of excitement. An opponent like that was terrifying and worthy of respect. However, she must win. Chinitian stood in front of Chiba Kaoru and looked down at her. His voice was cold, and there was no smile on his face. I'm Chinitian. You must remember this name. She was speaking in Japanese. She was actually speaking fluent Japanese. Fong Yan's English was passable, but he knew almost nothing about Japanese. Except for a few words that often appeared in movies and TV works. Fong Yan asked Lu Chaoge in front of him, what did she say? I am Chinitian. You will definitely remember this name, Lu Chaoge said expressionlessly. He thought to himself that he had heard of Chinitian's name a long time ago. However, they had never crossed paths before. Seeing is believing. Now that he had seen her with his own eyes, he finally felt that she was different from the rest. Was this kind of student really just an ordinary student? In her eyes, there was probably nothing worthy of her attention, right? Lu Chaoge thought of Fong Yan again. Chinitian took the initiative to transfer from Class 1 to Class 9, where Fong Yan was. Could it be that the rumors on campus were true, that Chinitian liked Fong Yan? If that was the case, things were going to be terrible. Everything about him is good, but he has bad taste. Lu Chaoge made an appropriate evaluation of Chinitian in her mind. Fong Yan was also shocked by this sentence. He thought to himself that this woman was really arrogant. She always looked like she was the only one in the world. Chiba-sun couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and bowed to Chinitian with a smile. Chiba-sun, please advise me. It's my duty, Chinitian said. I will let you know what a real tea ceremony is. Chiba-sun wanted to vomit blood. That was just a humble way of saying it. Please advise me was a common saying among Japanese. Why did this woman take it seriously? Chinitian walked back to his seat and sat down, waiting for the competition to officially begin. Music, Duan Yujun shouted. Soothing classical music sounded, and the sweet and crisp voice of a young girl echoed in the box of the breeze pavilion. Fong Yan listened carefully. The singer was singing the famous Tea Battle song written by Fan Zhongyan, a scholar of the Northern Song dynasty. Spring comes from the southeast every year, Jinshi is the first to warm the ice. The strange tea by the stream is the best in the world, Wui immortals have been around since ancient times. Last night, where the new thunder comes from, every family laughs and passes through the clouds. The dew buds are scattered in glory, decorated with jade and pearls, scattered on the tree. The harvest is not full, only the essence dares not to be greedy. Grinding cream and baking milk have elegant production, Fang Zhonggue has Hizhongchan. The North Garden will be presented to the Emperor, the heroes of the forest compete for beauty first. Duan Yujun was a judge and also the host of this tea battle. He stood in front of the two tea fighters and said, the tea is pure. It's provided by the Breeze Tea House. The water is mineral water and tap water. There are many brands of mineral water, and you can choose freely. As Duan Yujun spoke, the waiter of the tea house had already brought more than a dozen kinds of mineral water brands and placed them in front of the two tea fighters. Duan Yujun opened a tea house and was also a master of the tea ceremony. Because he often competed with people, he had prepared enough kinds of mineral water brands in the tea house. It had to be known that the water quality of each tea fighter was different. He had prepared more to take into account the requirements of each tea fighter as much as possible. Chinitian waved his hand and said, "I'll bring my own water." As soon as Chinitian's voice fell, he saw a few boys carrying a small stove in. The charcoal fire in the stove was burning brightly, and on the stove, a copper pot was making a crashing sound. The water had just boiled, white smoke was rolling, and water vapor was filling the air. The tea immortal Lu Yu's, the classic of tea, said, "To boil tea, the first fire is charcoal, and the second is firewood. Charcoal stained with oil, firewood, or rotten materials can't be used as fuel." If you don't pay attention to the details, it will be difficult to make a fine product. From this, it could be seen how broad and profound the culture of tea was. How clear and thorough our ancient people's research was. In the art of tea fighting, the tea was valued for its freshness, and the water used for tea fighting was valued for its freshness. Mineral water was stagnant water that had been processed, and the quality of tap water was even more worrying. However, when there was really no other way, the tea fighters could only use mineral water. That was because there was no other choice. They couldn't go to the deep waters and old forests to fight tea, could they? Even if they found a suitable spring, how could they bring the tea fighting tools there? Chinitian didn't hide it. He pointed to the copper stove on the charcoal fire and said, "This is running water from Tiger Mountain. It's transported by water. The lotus leaves cover the surface, so it won't attract dust and waste gas. It's clean and natural." Duan Yujun was in a dilemma. Chinitian was using the running water from Tiger Mountain. What if the East Asians felt that it was unfair? However, even if they were not satisfied, Duan Yujun couldn't solve this problem. He himself used mineral water to fight tea with others. Where could he get the running water from Tiger Mountain? Although Tiger Mountain was part of Huaqing's territory, it was far away and the mountain roads had not been developed. They could only travel by water. Who would have the thought and ability to go there and bring back a bucket of spring water? What Duan Yujun didn't expect was that someone would actually do it. Moreover, the person who did this was the famous Du Qing of Huaqing. Yes, Chinitian's water was provided by Du Qing. Strictly speaking, Du Qing's water was provided to Lu Gong. Fang Yan had specially borrowed the spring water from his grandfather for Chinitian to use for the tea fighting competition. Someone translated Duan Yojun's words to the Wuren inspection team. Saburo Fujino panicked and said, "This is cheating. Who doesn't know that the water quality is the most important in the tea ceremony? If the water quality isn't good, how can the brewed soup be good? This is unfair to our side. I strongly protest." The others also questioned and said yes. Hua Xia was too cunning. Because we came from afar, they took advantage of us in terms of raw materials. If they won like this, they wouldn't be considered capable. If they're not convinced, they can go to Japan and compete again. Chinitian waved her hand and said heroically, "Wu Ren can share the water from the copper pot with me." As soon as she said that, everyone fell silent. Those who had been clamoring just now seemed to have been slapped to the ground by her. They didn't even have the strength to get up. "Didn't you say that I wanted to take advantage of you?" "Sorry, I don't want to take advantage of you. The tea is the same tea, the water is the same water, I will still win." Fang Yan was happy. Even though she didn't like Chinitian's condescending, arrogant, and straightforward personality, she found her to be quite adorable today. Only she could act like this, and only she could speak and act in such a natural and harmonious manner. This was Chinitian, the Chinitian who never hid her edge. Lu Chaoge nodded slightly as well. She thought that this sentence would determine the winner of this tea ceremony. A tea ceremony wasn't just about the color of the tea or the soup, but also the breadth of mind of the tea drinker. No one present could match Qin Etienne's generosity. She was far inferior to him. Chiba Sun didn't feel happy when she heard Qin Etienne's invitation. Instead, she looked gloomy. She stood up and bowed slightly to Qin Etienne. "Thank you for your kindness. However, I've decided to use mineral water. When I first learned the tea ceremony, my father once said that if your heart is sweet, then the water you use will be sweet as well. I know what this competition means, so I'll do my best. I have a sincere heart, so the water I use will be sincere as well." She couldn't accept Qin Etienne's invitation. Because if she had done that, the winner of this tea battle would have been decided in advance. Her teachers and classmates didn't understand, but she did. She decided to use softness to overcome hardness. After hearing Chiba Sun's words, Wu Ren's teachers and students looked serious. They looked at Chiba Sun with respect. At this moment, because of Chiba Sun's words, the Wu Ren inspection team became unprecedentedly united. Even the teachers and students of Rosefinch looked at Chiba Sun in a different light after hearing her words. This girl was qualified to be Qin Etienne's opponent. Chiba Sun didn't even look at them. She poured a bottle of mineral water into the iron kettle and turned on the electric stove. She used mineral water and boiled it on the electric stove. Chapter 77. It was often said that water and fire were incompatible. However, in the tea ceremony, water and fire had to work together in harmony to bring out the greatest power. The water in the bronze stove was boiling, bubbling. Qin Etienne left her seat and walked over to open the lid of the bronze kettle. She carefully observed the boiling water in the kettle. The first boil was like a fish's eye, making a faint sound. The second boil was like a gushing spring with pearls. The third boil was like a rattan wave. After the third boil, Qin Etienne immediately lifted the handle and moved the bronze kettle away from the charcoal. The bronze kettle was very big, but when Qin Etienne lifted it, she seemed effortless and easy. This woman was really good at playing the role of an Iron Man. "Seal the stove," Qin Etienne said. The boys from Class 9 immediately sealed the mouth of the stove with a piece of iron. Then, they carried the charcoal stove and left. The degree of boiling of the water was the key to the success of the tea ceremony. If it was a tender shoot, it naturally needed to use boiling water with a lower degree. It was to avoid damaging the leaves and spoiling the taste. However, the tea today was aged pu'er tea. Therefore, the water needed to be boiled 3 times. It was also recorded in the classic of tea that when the water was boiled 3 times, the tea had to be brewed. If it was boiled any longer, the water would turn old and become inedible. Qin Etienne poured the water from the bronze kettle into a cup to rinse it. This was called a teacup. If the teacup was cooled, the tea wouldn't float. There was a small teapot on the tea table in front of her. However, Qin Etienne didn't pour the water from the bronze kettle into the small teapot. Because she knew that the water would come into contact with the air one more time after the water was poured. Changing the utensils meant that the tea might be mixed with the air one more time. The temperature and quality of the water would change slightly. Her slender hands were holding an ancient bronze kettle that weighed more than 10 kilograms. This scene was strange and beautiful at the same time. The most amazing thing was that when she held the kettle with one hand and poured the boiling water into the cup, not a single drop spilled out. This alone wasn't something an ordinary person could do. According to Fang Yan's plan, Qin Etienne should wait for a while. They waited for the contestants from the Wu Ren investigation team to brew the tea. Everyone tasted the tea and praised it. Only then did Qin Yi perform the tea ceremony and serve the tea she had brewed with great care to everyone. Just smelling the fragrance was enough to intoxicate them. When he drank it in one gulp, he felt that this tea could only be found in the heavens and rarely seen in the mortal world. Thus, Qinitian was the winner of the tea contest. She suppressed it first and then raised it, so that everyone's mood soared from the bottom to the peak. First, she made everyone anxious, then gave them a surprise. In this case, this surprise was even more memorable. In any competition, the second competition, the first cup, and then the competition. After drinking the tea of the later generations, do you still remember the taste of the previous cup of tea? Unless the taste of the two cups of tea was very different, but if they were of the same standard, then the second cup of tea would definitely be more advantageous. However, Qinitian clearly did not appreciate Fang Yan's efforts. She did not play according to Fang Yan's plan. She didn't wait for her opponent. After the water boiled, she cleaned the utensils, warmed the water, and poured the cups. This series of actions was smooth and pleasing to the eye. Then, she put the tea cake on a piece of white silk, broke it into pieces, and removed all the coarse leaves and foam. Only then did she put the tea leaves into the pot. She put it carefully and must not let the tea leaves block the mouth of the pot. She poured the tea into the copper pot. After shaking it 3 times, she immediately poured the tea out. This was called washing tea. After washing the tea could be brewed. Brewing tea was the most important step. She must not go straight to the center of the pot. First, one corner, and then the other corners. The spout of the copper pot was raised, strictly following the principle of high rush and low sprinkle. The high rush could make the boiling water hit the tea leaves forcefully, so that the fragrance and tea essence of the tea would evaporate faster. The tannins could not be dissolved in time, so the tea was sweet but not astringent. The water must be filled. Whether the teapot was 3 mountains together showed the skill. Qinitian looked relaxed, but her eyes were serious. The tea quickly filled the teapot. The foam floated, but there was no spill. He had the demeanor of a grandmaster. After completing this tedious but necessary process, he covered the pot with the lid and poured boiling water over it. It was called the pouring pot. After the cup was heated, the tea could be poured for the guests. Qinitian only poured 4 cups of tea from the pot. He waved his long sleeve and said, "Please." Lu Chaoge came over, picked up a cup of tea, and tasted it carefully. Matsushima Ki also came over, picked up the second cup of tea, and looked at the color of the tea. Duan Yujun sighed, walked to Lu Chaoge, bowed deeply, and then carefully picked up the 3rd cup of tea. Qinitian picked up the 4th cup of tea and took the initiative to give it to Fang Yan. He said with a smile, "Fang Yan, this cup of tea is for you." "You." Fang Yan pretended to be angry, but he was overjoyed. "Look, there are only 4 cups of tea." Except for the 3 judges, Qinitian didn't give it to anyone else. He didn't give it to the vice principal, the dean, or the leader of the Chinese team, but he just gave it to him. What kind of behavior was this? Respect for teachers. What did this mean? It meant that he was a qualified and excellent teacher who was respected by his students. Fang Yan took the tea, tasted it carefully, and said, "Good tea." Qinitian finished his tea ceremony, and the tea was already in his hand. Therefore, the 3 judges naturally had to give their evaluation. After Lu Chaoge finished the cup of tea, she carefully felt the sweet and moist taste in her throat, and said first, "I don't know much about tea. But I still know it's good tea. Good tea, good water, and good tea ceremony. It's amazing." Matsushima Ki held the tea, smelled the fragrance, and then observed the color. Then he tasted it, and said, "The color is green and white, and the soup is fine. It's an excellent tea." The color of the tea was white, and the green was better than the yellow. And the soup needed to be thin and well-proportioned, like cold porridge noodles. If one could bite on the edge of the cup and stay there for a long time, the effect would be the best. It was called a biting cup. Matsushima also liked to drink tea, and she had done some research on the tea ceremony. It was also because of this that she knew how perfect and profound the girl in front of her was in the tea ceremony. Without more than 10 years of immersion, it would be impossible for her to reach this level, right? Duan Yujun only drank half of the tea in his hand, and he hesitated to drink the other half. He praised, "The tea immortal has returned. The tea immortal has returned. After seeing this tea ceremony today, I will never compete in tea with others again. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed." While everyone was appraising the tea brewed by Chinitian, Chiba Kori's tea ceremony had just reached the high infusion, low infusion part of the tea ceremony. Her face was expressionless, and her heart was as still as water. She only focused on her own actions, completely unaffected by external factors. Even when Chinitian brought the tea to Fang Yen, she did not divert her attention. It was as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. The heart is the tea, and the tea is the heart. The heart is the tea, and the tea is the heart. 4 teacups were placed on each tea tray, and Chiba Kori only chose one to heat the tea. After that, she poured the tea for the guests. Chiba Kori picked up the only cup of tea before her and walked toward Chinitian. She said, "This cup of tea represents my respect. Please be sure to accept it." Chinitian looked at Chiba Kori with a thoughtful expression. Only now did he truly begin to respect this Japanese girl. "Chiba Kori, hurry up and give a cup to each of the judges," Saburo Fujino urged. "What is wrong with this child? The judges have yet to drink their tea. How can she give tea to her opponent first? Besides, the judges have never tasted your tea. How can they know how beautiful your tea is?" Chiba Kori did not reply to Saburo Fujino's question. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Chinitian, who was a head taller than her. Chinitian picked up the cup of tea and carefully tasted it. The first sip was shallow, the second sip was deep, and the third sip was straight down. He looked at Chiba Kori and said in a soft voice, "Good tea." "Thank you." Chiba Kori's taut face immediately relaxed. She gave a 90-degree bow toward Chinitian and said gratefully, "Thank you." Saburo Fujino could not be bothered to maintain his composure. He quickly ran toward Chiba Kori and grabbed her shoulder. He shouted, "Chiba Kori, what are you doing? Do you know what you are doing? How can you do this? How can you give up? Do you know that you are not only giving up on yourself, you are also giving up on us, the pride of our Wu-Ren and the face of Japan? How can you give up?" Chiba Kori turned to look at Saburo Fujino. There was a sweet smile on her face as she said, "Sensei Fujino, I lost. I lost my mind, I lost my aura, and I lost my confidence. She is perfect. Her performance was impeccable. I thought that as long as I waited a little longer, I would be able to find a flaw. However, from the beginning to the end, she did not give me a single chance." Chiba Kori had also thought that Chinitian would wait. Chinitian was waiting for her to brew a good tea. Only then would she surpass her. She thought that Chinitian would do that. Isn't that what people think? Her actions lagged behind Chinitian. Part of it was because she had to boil the tea again, but it was also because of the knot in her heart. She wanted to be the final victor. Why did she think that? Why did she do that? At the end of the day, it was because she did not have enough confidence in herself. She did not have confidence in herself. She did not have confidence in her tea. How could a tea that lacked spirit, energy, and spirit win against someone else? However, Chinitian did not do that. She did not fight or wait. She was simple and direct. She did what she wanted, regardless of the consequences. She disdained scheming and did not want to use overt schemes. She only wanted to be herself. She did her best. She did her best. She did her best. She was Chinitian. She believed that she would definitely win. Such an opponent was able to easily subdue her. He was worthy of her respect. Although Chiba Kaori had a smile on her face, there were tears in the corner of her eyes. "Sensei, please let me admit defeat," Chiba Kaori said with a choked voice. "At least you will look more dignified this way." Chapter 78. There was a type of opponent that deserved respect even if they lost. Chiba Kaoru was one of them. Looking at Chiba Kaoru's tear-stained face, Chinitian could not help but laugh. She stretched out her hand and looked at Chiba Kaoru, saying, "From today onwards, we are friends." She spoke in Japanese, so Chiba Kaoru did not need an interpreter to understand her words. Chiba Kaoru stared at Chinitian with wide eyes, a look of incomprehension on her face. "Are you not willing?" Chinitian asked. "Not everyone can be my friend." "I am willing." Chiba Kaoru quickly stretched out her hand and shook Chinitian's. "It is my honor." Clap clap clap, Matsushima Ki was the first to applaud. Lu Chaoga, Fong Yen, the Wuren inspection team, and the teachers and students of Rosefinch Secondary also applauded. Matsushima Ki walked to Chiba Kaoru and gently hugged her in her arms, saying, "Kaoru, you did well. Very well. In our hearts, you did not lose. You had the courage to admit your shortcomings. This makes us happier than winning this tea competition." "Thank you, Sensei," Chiba Kaoru said gratefully. Her choice was recognized, and her personality was still loved and respected. Her teacher and compatriot did not blame or resent her. Chiba Kaoru was very happy. "No need to thank me. Your performance was too good," Matsushima Ki said with a smile. She took out a handkerchief and handed it to Chiba Kaoru, saying, "Wipe your tears." The Chiba Kaoru I know is not a student who likes to cry. "Yes, Sensei." Chiba Kaoru took the handkerchief and wiped her tears. Matsushima Ki turned to Saburo Fujino and said, "Sensei Fujino, Chiba Kaoru did her best, didn't she?" "Yes," Saburo Fujino said with his head lowered, feeling very depressed. In the first tea competition, he had deliberately hidden his nuclear weapon, thinking that he would win for sure. He did not expect Rosefinch to also use a nuclear weapon. Wu Ren's side used a guided missile, while Rosefinch's side used an atomic bomb. This was too much. "So, please maintain your manners, okay?" Matsushima Ki did not let go of Saburo Fujino that easily. With a sharp look in his eyes, he said, "You should know that you represent the pride of Takahito and the face of Japan." "Yes. I understand," Saburo Fujino apologized profusely. "I was too excited." Matsushima Nori also knew that berating his own team members in front of outsiders would make them look down on him. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only hide his emotions in his heart. She walked in front of Lu Chaoge and said, "Wu Ren lost the first tea ceremony competition. I'm sincerely convinced. Friendship first, competition second." Lu Chaoge comforted him in a soft voice. At this time, she was too embarrassed to smile too obviously. Although she was very happy in her heart. "Then, shall we proceed to the second round of the competition?" Matsushima Nori said. "I hope Wu Ren can win the next match." "No problem," Lu Chaoge said. "I'm looking forward to Wu Ren's performance." After the tea ceremony was over, there was no need for Chinitian to stay any longer. She waved at Fong Yen and said, "Fong Yen, help me down. Fang Yan quickly ran in front of Qin Tian and whispered, there are so many people here, give me some face, all right. Qin Tian was very easy to talk to. Fang Yan, help me down. Can you call me teacher? Impossible. Fang Yan helped Qin Tian down the stairs. After standing in front of the tea house for less than 2 minutes, the black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of them. This time, Fang Yan did not wait for the little old man to get out of the car. He rushed over and opened the rear door. Fang Yan said to Qin Tian, thank you for your hard work today. Go back and have a good rest. Qin Tian looked at Fang Yan with a smile and said, Fang Yan, do you want me to leave as soon as possible? How is that possible? Fang Yan looked like he was wronged. Do you know how heartless you are to say this? You are my benefactor. You helped me win the tea ceremony competition. You don't know how grateful I am to you now. We, the people of Wulin, pay attention to a drop of kindness from others. How could I treat my benefactor like this? Really? Then how are you going to repay me? Qin Tian asked calmly. Haven't I already repaid you? Fang Yan said. When did you repay me? I gave you a bucket of water, Fang Yan said. In all honesty, he took a bucket of spring water from Tiger Mountain from his grandfather's house. He was not willing to drink it. He gave all of it to Qin Tian. A drop of water's kindness should be repaid with a bucket of water. Wasn't that enough? Qin Tian squinted his eyes and smiled. He said, Fang Yan, you are so cute. Fang Yan thought about it again and again. He still did not think that this sentence was a compliment. Qin Tian reached out to Fang Yan and said, give me the phone. Why do you want my phone? Fang Yan felt very strange. Why did all the girls he knew like to borrow his phone? Jiang Qin was like this, Yuan Lin was like this. Now even Qin Tian was like this. Give it to me, Qin Tian said. Fang Yan had no choice but to take out his mobile phone from his pocket and hand it over. Qin Tian turned on the camera of Fang Yan's mobile phone, then put his head close to Fang Yan's shoulder and pressed the shutter. Fang Yan was shocked and said, what do you want to do? Don't think that I will be responsible for you just because you have something on me. Anyway, I didn't do anything. I am innocent and have a clear conscience. Why are you so excited? Qin Tian asked strangely. She threw Fang Yan's mobile phone back and said, it's rare for me to wear a traditional Chinese costume. I accompanied you to take 2 photos for you to show off on Weibo. What does it have to do with your innocence? I see. Fang Yan clenched the phone and was relieved. Ever since those reporters had gotten their hands on a photo of him dancing with Jiang Qin, he had been on tenterhooks. When he saw girls taking the initiative to take photos, he was worried that they were up to no good. What do you think it is? Qin Tian said contemptuously. Fang Yan, put away your wretched thoughts. I warn you, don't scold me. Or what? I will make you fail the Chinese exam. Fang Yan threatened. Idiot. You scold me again. Qin Tian sneered and lifted her skirt to get into the luxury car. Although the little old man sitting in the passenger seat did not have the opportunity to help Qin Tian open the door, he still got out and stood respectfully on the side. After Qin Tian got in the car, he helped close the rear door. Then he smiled at Fang Yan and said, Goodbye, Mr. Fang. Goodbye, old man. Fang Yan said with relief. He thought that not everyone was as rude as Qin Tian. After the car drove away, Fang Yan was still standing in the same place, waving. He thought, it's just a tea contest. Why did he rent such a beautiful car? How much would it cost? Fang Yan returned to the box in Cool Breeze Pavilion. The second round of the calligraphy competition was about to begin. Although Cool Breeze Tea House was a tea house, it had a large desk and 4 treasures of the study specially for scholars. As long as they were guests in the tea house, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, there was no need to look for another place for the calligraphy competition. It could be held directly in the tea house. The first round had a bad start, so Saburo Fujino kept a low profile. He walked in front of Fong Yen and said with a blank face, "How will the competition be conducted?" "Both contestants will write a piece of calligraphy. Then we will evaluate it," Fong Yen said. Saburo Fujino sneered and said, "If one side writes Hua-xia calligraphy and the other side writes Japanese calligraphy, how will they compare?" Fong Yen also laughed and said, "Mr. Fujino seems to be a layman for asking this question. As long as there is strength in the brush, any word written will be beautiful. Even if it is a circle, it will be more beautiful than others. Could it be that a person's Hua-xia calligraphy is beautiful, but the English alphabet is not beautiful? It will still be beautiful. Easy for you to say. The art of calligraphy is broad and profound. Different languages, different contents, different styles, naturally, the effect will be different." Saburo Fujino did not agree with Fong Yan's point of view and said, "We should unify the language and the content. That way, it will be more convenient to compete and determine the winner. Isn't it better for everyone to write what they are good at? Our contestant will naturally write Hua-xia calligraphy, and your representative can also write Hua-xia calligraphy. In any case, didn't you all start from practicing Hua-xia calligraphy? Ridiculous." Saburo Fujino said mockingly. "Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, that's probably what people like you are, right? Without investigation, you have no right to speak. Otherwise, don't open your mouth and be laughed at. My East Asian calligraphy is unique. What does it have to do with your Hua-xia calligraphy?" Calligraphy originated from Hua-xia and gradually spread to the various countries in the Han culture circle. The changes in the calligraphy of Hua-xia's dynasties continued to have a comprehensive and profound impact on East Asian calligraphy. It was only during the later part of the Heian period that East Asians' unique pseudonymous calligraphy rose, forming the auspicious system that is different from Hua-xia's calligraphy. However, in my opinion, the auspicious system is still a slight change on the basis of Hua-xia's calligraphy. Some things can be said to be borrowed or plagiarized. The key is to look at the relationship between the two parties. Am I right? Fong Yen looked at Saburo Fujino and said, "If you try to please me from time to time, I can also say that you are using it as a reference. If you always use such a cynical attitude to talk to me, I will scold you for plagiarism. I am a man with very fragile emotions. Just now, I was hit by someone. So, do not offend me." Fong Yen grinned and said, "You see, you offended me yesterday and lost the first tea ceremony competition, right? You deserve it." Chapter 79. After a long and unfriendly discussion between Fong Yen and Saburo Fujino, they finally decided on the general rules for the calligraphy competition. First, there was no limit to the language. Second, there was no limit to the content. Third, there was no limit to the style of the calligraphy. Yes, you can write a long poem, or you can write a single word. As long as it was something you were most proficient in, you could participate in the competition. Calligraphy had its own characteristics. Some people's every word was very beautiful, while some people only learned a single word for decades, but that one word was the essence of calligraphy. Could it be that a calligrapher who wrote a single word was not a calligrapher? Obviously not. Today, they were only competing in calligraphy. Therefore, a long piece was calligraphy, and a short piece was calligraphy. A sentence was calligraphy, and a word was calligraphy. The representative from Wuren High School was a boy named Weno Daxiong. He was short and had an honest face. He looked more mature than the other students. He had a mustache on his upper lip that did not match the image of a high school student. Fong Yan paid special attention to this boy's hands. His hands were always clasped together and rarely moved. Steady. Steady hands, steady words. Steadiness was the foundation of writing a good piece of calligraphy. It did not matter if you were pursuing structure or interest. Steadiness was the priority. Only then would the spirit not dissipate. The representative from Rosefinch Secondary was not Huang Haoren. Instead, it was a tall and thin boy named Xiao Pinqing. The boy was about 1.7 meters tall, but he didn't have much flesh on his body. His clothes were empty underneath. If he didn't wear clothes, he would look like a character in the extremely popular Legend of Mir game. Skeleton Elf. Seeing the two contestants standing in front of the table, many people immediately laughed. The appearance of these two people is really unique. Isn't this the real-life version of the two generals Heng and Ha? If the flesh on their bodies were evenly distributed, they could be considered handsome men. Fong Yan also noticed this situation. He thought to himself, in the movies and TV shows, those with beautiful handwriting were also good-looking. In the bamboo forest, under the plum tree, or in the attic in a world of ice and snow, a handsome man dressed in white stood in front of a stone table. At this moment, the sound of the people was playing. The man's brush was dyed in ink, and his brush was like a swimming dragon. The sound of the pipa was urgent, and the man's speed increased. When the pipa stopped playing, the man raised his wrist to finish. The environment was elegant, the artistic conception was refined, and the pipa was embellished. On top of that, he was an elegant and graceful young master. Women would be dazzled by him and would love to marry him. Even men would want to rush up and stab him with a knife and scold him for being so pretentious. However, based on what Fong Yan had seen and heard, most of the artists in reality were slovenly. Even if there were some good-looking ones, their scores would be greatly reduced due to their ink-stained clothes or long ungroomed hair and beards. Fong Yan felt that he should be excluded. Unfortunately, he was not qualified to participate in this calligraphy competition. Of course, the students were slightly better off. Although Weno Nobita and Xiao Pinqing both looked very special, they looked very clean and tidy in their school uniforms. The judges for the calligraphy competition were still Lu Chaoga, Nori Matsushima, and Duan Yujun. Duan Yujun gently knocked on the wooden fish in his hand and shouted, "Begin." After saying that, Weno Nobita and Xiao Pinqing did not start writing. They were both grinding the ink, and at the same time, their eyes were sizing up the white paper in front of them, as if there were some mysterious treasures hidden on the white paper. Weno Nobita took the lead and dipped the brush in ink. With the tip of the brush, he wrote on the paper, swallowed the treasured sword and abandoned the famous bow, only to watch this breeze. Because Weno Nobita had written in Japanese, Fong Yan could not understand what this sentence meant. However, from the structure of the words, it could be seen that he had used the famous Japanese style of writing. This was also the style that Fong Yan had said was self-created in Japan. The brushwork was elegant, and the density was just right. The words were connected in a line, like a black landscape painting blooming on the white paper. He has reached a higher level, Fong Yan thought to himself. Even if the other party was a student from the Wuren inspection team, even if this person was his current opponent, Fong Yan was still willing to give him such a high evaluation. Xiao Pinqing was still grinding the ink, as if the inkstone could not be melted. Bang! 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 Duan Yujun gently knocked on the wooden fish in his hand. When the wooden fish struck 60 times, the time limit for this round of the competition was over. At the beginning, everyone was still calm. However, when the wooden fish struck more than 30 times and when Nobita was the first to submit his words, Xiao Pinqing still did not move. The students of Class 9 were a little anxious. They looked at Xiao Pinqing anxiously. However, as they were worried that they would disturb Xiao Pinqing's thoughts, no one said anything to urge Xiao Pinqing to move faster. When the wooden fish struck 46 times, Xiao Pinqing finally dipped the brush in ink. Filial piety. He wrote a big, filial piety, on the white paper in front of him, and it was only one word. He placed the brush in the ink box. His forehead was dripping with sweat, as if he had just run 3 kilometers. He was using the Way tablet. The strokes were strict, simple, and lively. It was plump and not lacking in rigidity. Good. 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 Fong Yan said good 3 times in a row. Fong Yan also learned calligraphy. To put it bluntly, he was number 1 in calligraphy today at the Cool Breeze Tea House. It was because he learned and studied calligraphy that he could understand the value and brilliance of the word filial piety. This had nothing to do with the teacher-student relationship or the national righteousness. It was only related to the personal feelings of the person who loved calligraphy and the pursuit of art. Just like how a woman would react when she saw a beautiful dress, just like how a man would react when he saw a Ferrari, just like how a foodie would react when he saw the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. When a person saw something unimaginable in his favorite field, he would exclaim in admiration from the bottom of his heart, just like Fong Yan. The Way tablet was mainly used in the fields of steel carvings, epitaphs, statue inscriptions, and cliff carvings. For generations, Xiao Pinqing's ancestors made a living by polishing tombstones. Xiao Pinqing's family did not have many things, but they had a lot of stones. Since he was very young, his grandfather, his father, and his brother would polish the big stones into square or arched slabs in front of him. Then, they would inscribe the names of their filial sons, grandsons, son-in-law, and nephews on the tombstones according to the list provided by the main family. Xiao Pinqing had been interested in these big stones since he was very young, either because of a long period of nurturing, or because it was hereditary. When he first learned to write, his grandfather threw him a small chisel and a small awl and asked him to hammer out the words he knew on the stones. Because he had been polishing stones since he was young, Xiao Pinqing's hands were very steady. This also nurtured his personality of doing things without restraint and writing one stroke at a time. After years of practice, his Way tablet had become famous far and wide. In the beginning, a customer came to ask his grandfather, Xiao Changfa, to carve words. Later, the customer asked his father, Xiao Deshui, to carve words. Later, the customer only asked Xiao Pinqing to carve words. As long as Xiao Pinqing carved words, the customer was willing to pay double the price. The first time Fong Yan discovered Xiao Pinqing's specialty was when he asked his students to imitate Farewell Again Cambridge to write a poem for him. Xiao Pinqing's poem was not worth mentioning, but his words made Fong Yan feel stunned. He had never thought that he could find such a beautiful person among the students. He immediately asked Wang Haoren to find Xiao Pinqing and dragged him along the tree-lined path on campus for more than 10 minutes. He asked all kinds of questions like a fanatical fan and finally understood the special reason for Xiao Pinqing's success. Fong Yan encouraged Xiao Pinqing to continue to work hard and find more inscriptions to study, but to avoid imitating. Because Xiao Pinqing's words were now unique, if he blindly learned the advantages of others, he might lose his own essence. The reason why he asked Xiao Pinqing to study the inscriptions was that he hoped to broaden his horizons and let him have a deeper and more mature understanding of his own words. Xiao Pinqing repeatedly said yes, very happy with Fong Yan's recognition and praise. Later, he asked Fong Yan many times about calligraphy knowledge, and Fong Yan also told him everything he knew. He even went to his grandfather's house to get the imitation version of Yuanhuai's epitaph for Xiao Pinqing to appreciate. Xiao Pinqing had written the word filial piety hundreds of thousands of times. He had personally carved it on the tombstone no less than 1,000 times. Filial piety, this was the tradition of Hua Xia, giving people a sense of obedience. No one could defy it. However, filial piety also needed to know how to be flexible, to think of the elderly and think of the elderly's needs. This was not just a word, but a picture of filial piety. Therefore, Fang Yan could not help but say the word good 3 times. Saburo Fujino was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's behavior and said, "Teacher Fang Yan, this is a kind of cheating behavior and is suspected of misleading the judges. If you do something out of line again, the judges will judge our side as the winner." Even Matsushima was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's performance. He frowned and said to Lu Chaoga, who was next to him, "Isn't the teacher's performance a little too intense?" What he meant was that Fang Yan was just putting on an act. Wasn't it just one word? Was there a need to be so excited? Fang Yan apologized and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. I can't help it. I really can't help it. The word is right in front of you. You can judge it freely. From now on, I won't speak anymore." Saburo Fujino sneered and said, "Do you still need to judge? It's already clear." Ueno Daxio's words were smooth like flowing water. Every single word was a rare work of art. The most commendable thing was that his layout was reasonable and the ink was well proportioned. He could be called a master of his generation. Of course, Warren High School had the upper hand in this round. You only know how to write one word, and you have the nerve to call it calligraphy. Fang Yan was enraged. He cursed, "Bullshit. Don't you have any knowledge? Do you know the subtlety of calligraphy? Can't a single word be called calligraphy? Just this one word is enough to leave you guys behind." Saburo Fujino was dumbfounded. "Didn't you say you won't speak anymore? You liar." Chapter 80. Don't force me to be barbaric, because when I am barbaric, even I am afraid of myself. This sentence was the most suitable to describe Fang Yan. Although Fang Yan was a descendant of the Tai Chi family, he had always thought of himself as a cultured person due to the influence of his grandfather and mother. Drinking tea on a mountain peak, writing on a snowy night. Drinking wine in a bamboo forest, reading poems on a rainy day. This was what a cultured person should do. Beating and scolding was uncivilized and uncultured. But you can't bully me. Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, let alone a cultured person. Fang Yan was a master of calligraphy, at least he thought so. Although his calligraphy was not as divine as his grandfather's, Lu Gong's, it was still possible for him to reach the heavens. Ueno Nobita's calligraphy was very good. Judging from the layout and the thick ink, it was not a problem for him to reach the heavens. In other words, Fang Yan reluctantly agreed to put Ueno Nobita on the same level as him. But Xiao Pinqing's calligraphy was different. He had entered the attainment of divinity and was slightly better than him, but weaker than his grandfather's, Lu Gong's. When Xiao Pinqing asked Fang Yan for advice on calligraphy, Fang Yan only talked about the idea and not the technique. Because he knew very well that Xiao Pinqing was miles ahead of him in terms of calligraphy like Wei Bei. Especially when Xiao Pinqing wrote the word filial piety with great vigor. His spirit, and soul were all there. He already had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Fang Yan was ecstatic when he saw it and had the urge to eat the word. The novel A Bite of Tongue had whetted one's appetite, and the word good had also opened one's eyes. This word was written in his eyes, in his mouth, and in his heart. But in Saburo Fujino's mouth, it was said that Ueno Nobita was better. How could Fang Yan tolerate this? Fang Yan was so agitated that he cursed, causing everyone to look at each other. The Warren inspection team was the first to react. Their faces were filled with anger, and they looked like they were going to fight it out with Fang Yan. How can you curse? How uncultured. Did he curse? What was he scolding? Bullshit. This is too hateful. I want him to apologize. I apologize to Fujino-sensei. Matsushima Nori was really angry this time. She looked at Lu Chaoga with a displeased expression and said, Principal Lu, I need an explanation. I really can't understand how your school treats us like this. Not only is this disrespect towards our people, but it has also involved personal attacks and insults. Lu Chaoga frowned slightly. She also felt that Fang Yan had gone too far by calling someone **t in public. Can't you just curse in secret? Moreover, just as Matsushima Ki had said, if she couldn't give an explanation, this matter would be really difficult to deal with. Warren Senior High School was a famous school in Japan. They formed a friendship school with Rosefinch Secondary. The cause of this incident was rather complicated and involved many famous people. If this incident wasn't resolved well, Warren's anger would not be appeased and they would cancel the friendship school with Rosefinch. Then, many people would be punished. At the very least, Lu Chaoga would have to bear the main responsibility. Moreover, if this matter was reported to the Japanese embassy, it could be used by people with ulterior motives. It could escalate to a higher and more serious level. These were all things that Lu Chaoga didn't want to see. Lu Chaoga walked in front of Fang Yan and said, Sensei Fang Yan, you must give Mr. Fujino an explanation. You must obtain his forgiveness. Fang Yan looked confused. He looked at Saburo Fujino and said, Mr. Fujino, do I need to give you an explanation? You insulted me. Saburo Fujino was so angry that he stomped his feet. He was a senior teacher at Warren Senior High School and a famous Japanese researcher of Huaxia culture. Japanese people respected teachers and cultured people very much. Even when the Japanese Prime Minister met him, he was very amiable. He had never been scolded like this in his life. I still don't quite understand. Fang Yan said. Which part of my words insulted you? You said I was farting. I am a researcher of Huaxia culture. Don't think that I don't understand the meaning of those two words. Seeing Fang Yan acting like a fool, Saburo Fujino became even more furious. Yes, I said the two words farting, Fang Yan admitted. Since that is the case, what else do you have to say? But I did not say that you were farting, Fang Yan said. I am saying that someone was farting. Could it be that you didn't smell a foul stench just now? You were just being unreasonable. You were obviously talking about me. That fart just now was from you. It was not me, Saburo Fujino said angrily. He hated being wronged the most. If it was not you, then who was it? How would I know who it was? Only after Saburo Fujino shouted did he realize that he had gone off topic. I am saying that after you said the two words farting, you immediately started talking to me. Clearly, you are attacking me. You see, you misunderstood me again, Fang Yan said. Mr. Fujino, you are a guest from afar. Our Huaxia is a country of etiquette. How could I possibly curse at someone? The matter is like this. Back then, I smelled a foul stench and thought that you were farting. However, I felt that it would be indecent to say such a thing. Additionally, it would embarrass you. Thus, I quickly changed the topic. Perhaps there is a problem with my ability to express myself. Additionally, the change in topic was not natural enough. That is why you misunderstood me. If that is the case, I sincerely apologize to you now. I was not the one who did it, Saburo Fujino was on the verge of shouting. How could he not be able to explain such a thing? Fong Yan looked at Saburo with a stunned expression and said, even if that is the case, there is no need for you to be so agitated. Lu Chaoga stood by the side and watched with cold eyes. She thought to herself that this was not a bad way to resolve the issue. Fong Yan would certainly not be willing to apologize to Fong Yan. However, if he did not apologize and Fong Yan had indeed scolded someone, it would be hard to explain to the other side. Fortunately, the culture of Hua Xiao was extensive and profound. A single word could be interpreted in countless ways. Seeing that the two of them were unable to come to a conclusion after exchanging a few words, Fujino Saburo would only be at a disadvantage if they continued to argue. Thus, Fujino Saburo could only say, since both contestants have finished writing, let's have a proper evaluation. That is what I am thinking as well, Lu Chaoga quickly followed up. To be able to resolve this issue, she was more than happy to do so. Matsushima Ki glanced at Fong Yan and said, Teacher Fong Yan, since you understand calligraphy, then you should be the one to evaluate these two pieces of calligraphy. How can I accept that? I am not one of the judges, Fong Yan said with a smile. It is better for the judges to evaluate. You guys are the experts. You can evaluate it first. We will decide the final outcome, Matsushima Ki said. What he meant was that you can state your opinion. Whether you accept it or not, it is up to us. Since Principal Matsushima has invited me, then I will respectfully accept, Fong Yan said. He first walked to the front of Ueno Nobita's words and said very frankly, I don't understand Japanese, so I don't understand what this sentence means. Who can translate it for me? Swallowing the precious sword and abandoning the famous bow, only to watch the cool breeze, someone said aloud. Fong Yan read it and said, good words. Good words. We often say that a good horse needs a good saddle. In my eyes, Ueno Nobita's words are a good horse, and this sentence is a good saddle. Only by matching the words can the mood be more obvious. If he wrote, Ueno Nobita was here, no matter how beautiful his words are, he will lose a lot of points. Isn't this the case? Fong Yan's words were interesting, and everyone laughed. Only to watch the cool breeze, this sentence is very good. It gives people a feeling of giving up fame and fortune, forgetting the troubles of the secular world, and only listening to the wind and admiring the moon. Ueno Nobita's words are exquisite and elegant. Every stroke is connected into a line, like a crescent moon, a gust of wind. It makes people feel relaxed and happy. Ueno Nobita heard his classmate's translation and bowed slightly to Fong Yan to express his gratitude. When he was grinding the ink, he thought of this sentence and considered writing it as a crescent moon, a gust of wind. Fong Yan went straight to the heart and expressed his intention completely. He was indeed an expert in calligraphy. Fong Yan smiled at Ueno Nobita, looked at him and said, however, this calligraphy has a fatal flaw. That is, it is too rouge. Ueno Nobita, you only focus on the form, but not the spirit. You only express the cool breeze, but what about the words swallowing the precious sword and abandoning the famous bow? Without the beginning, how can there be the end? Without the beginning, how can there be the end? Ueno Nobita's eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. If I'm not wrong, Ueno Nobita learned calligraphy from a female teacher, right? Fong Yan asked. After listening to Fong Yan's words, Ueno Nobita nodded and then bowed 90 degrees to Fong Yan. He learned calligraphy from his mother, whose surname was Kono. She was the descendant of Kono Shirnin, one of the three geniuses who appeared in the calligraphy world when Toyotomi Hideyoshi unified the world in the Peach Mountain era. The world also called those three people the Three Strokes of Kwan Yong. Even the teachers and classmates at school didn't know who his mother was, and he had never mentioned it to anyone. However, Fong Yan, Hua Xiao's teacher, saw through it at a glance. Fong Yan helped Ueno Nobita up and said with a smile, "If it was that lady who wrote this calligraphy, I would give her a higher evaluation. And what I said about the excessive rouge is not a weakness, but an advantage. Because this is a woman's characteristic. However, Ueno Nobita can't do it. You are a man. If you deliberately imitate that teacher's writing style, you will make a fundamental mistake. There is a difference between men and women. Women can't learn men's boldness, and men can't write women's gentleness and exquisiteness. No matter how hard you try. Am I right? A word is worth 1,000 gold." Ueno Nobita bowed again, thanking Fong Yan for his selfless guidance. He finally found the shortcomings of his calligraphy, which had a profound impact on his future development. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.